What's going on, everybody? Happy MLK Day. I want to talk about this whole undisputed thing. Uh, it seems to me that boxing, people are talking about getting rid of titles. People are saying things like, this guy should do this and this guy should do that. But the fact of the matter is, undisputed should be number one. Undisputed should be tended to immediately for boxing. These fighters that they pushing are not they're not they're not bigger than boxing, and I think that's the problem. They're not bigger than boxing. So when you got guys like Usyk and Wilder, saying things like, "Look, I want the shot first," that's crazy. Undisputed through all sanctioned bodies should trump mandatories to make boxing bigger so people can get, so you can gravitate the casual fan. It's that simple. I mean, there's not much to it. So let's keep that all in perspective. They're not bigger than boxing, and because they've gotten so big, they've used boxing, and it's time to give back to boxing. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? What's going on, Black? Tommy Temper. Uh, I feel a lot of things. This has been going on for a couple years now. A lot of things have hurt undisputed. We had Canelo Alvarez. We almost got undisputed with him and Demetrius Andrade, and then, like a miracle, out of the sky came the WBC Franchise Championship to fuck it all up. So it really didn't come from the sky; it came from the ground, and it helped burn boxing. And then once again, we had a Lomachenko, reaching for undisputed, and Devin Haney going for 3 titles, a step towards undisputed. And again, out the ground comes this franchise championship that just stuck. And I feel like some of these sanctioning bodies want their title to be bigger, want to be the title, as to allowing these titles rather than to be one of the titles of undisputed. You see it all the time, everybody doing their brand and all that, but the fact of the matter is, we just want to know who the best fighter is. And then once we have that label, that'd be great. And if there were undisputed, if everybody went undisputed, then we basically would have one undisputed title. You know what I mean? So that's what they don't want, because I think that then they might get rid of the belts, and I don't think they want that to happen. And I think that's hurting boxing, because we don't know who the best is. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is the scenario. Okay, the scenario of AJ and Tyson Fury getting in there fighting for undisputed, and the winner, they may have a rematch clause. I don't know, but both the guys, Deontay Wilder and Usyk, who both want a shot at that, they if they really want a shot at undisputed, why not just say, "Hey, I'll take the step aside money if you guarantee me a shot at undisputed." Just take it the way it is. I mean, this is big for boxing. Let it happen, and then you got the opportunity to come in and pick up, all the spoils. You have that opportunity if you bet on yourself. That's why the whole scenario with Spence and Crawford is so big to me, because if they get the 3 titles, what's going to bring Manny back to boxing after this fight that he has, this horseshit fight he has with Conor McGregor. Undisputed. Because that's going to be his argument to guys like Floyd Mayweather is to say, I was undisputed champion, and it's not like he's fighting no-name guys, or, it's not like he's fighting no-name guys. He just beat Thurman. He beat Broner. And if he's to come back and fight a guy like Earl Spence or Bud Crawford, where they would become a hot commodity in that moment, that would be huge for boxing. Then we'd have an undisputed champion, heavyweight champion, undisputed welterweight champion, to where we're not saying no more, and the casuals ain't saying things like, well, who's the champion? Because we know who the champ is. We know who the champ is from that moment forward. We know who the fucking guy is, you know? And I think that Pacquiao has that that thing in him where he would want the undisputed. I could be wrong, but it'd still be a lucrative fight. That'd be two massive paydays in a row. It'd be two massive paydays in a row. The two best guys with all the belts is one ring fighting for the number one spot in the division and joining the league of extraordinary gentlemen. Is that asking too much? Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, Black. That's exactly it. It's just like, let's just get this show on the road. Light heavyweights, Beterbiev and Bivol. Come on, man. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get these undisputed. Let's let the casual fans know exactly what they're looking at when they come in. So it's not hard for them to catch on if they just start to join the sport, and it's hyped. It has the big buzz around it, They're bringing the buzz. Oh, this is for undisputed. These guys are fighting for these amounts of titles. So that's great. That way, all the titles, it doesn't make it a bad thing anymore. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it a bad thing where there's just too many titles, there's too many sanctioning fees. Like at that point, once we know who the lineal is, then it is what it is. I mean, there's nothing to be disputed. And that's why it is the undisputed championship. And so now everybody's got a goal. Everybody wants to fight. As to splitting up these titles and sending people from weight class to weight class, shout out to Canelo and Teofimo for their accomplishments. But when they bounce from weight class to weight class, without becoming truly undisputed, I think that's a problem. And I don't blame Teofimo. I don't blame Lomachenko or Devin Haney for his email championship. I blame Suleiman because I think he wants his title to be the title. I think he wants you to view that franchise champion like an undisputed champion. And the people are buying it. You can't say that this man ain't undisputed because he's the WBC franchise champion. And we were flaming on this last year. I seen it coming. I just didn't think a lot of fans was going to buy into the bullshit. But they did. And if that's what they want, I guess that's what you want. I'm just saying it ain't going to help boxing. It ain't going to help boxing at all if you keep that up. I'm going to drop the link if y'all want to touch on it. I want to know everybody else's thoughts on it now that I've got out the thoughts that I had on it. I want to hear what everyone else got to say about it. So y'all more than welcome. What's going on there, Tangible? Take away the suspense and the casual stop talking. Well, yeah, that too. But I mean, I think it would grab a lot of suspense once you have a undisputed champion and you got a fiery hot commodity out there that's driving to get it. That brings suspense back to the game, but I feel that it's more of a inline suspense, like a what it is. You know what I mean? Instead of these guessing games of, well, who's this guy and what's that? I think that if this, it has a lot to do with the sanctioning bodies, and sometimes you can blame the fighters for taking this franchise championship because it's very difficult for them, to it makes it more difficult. It brings confusion to the game that doesn't need to be there. As simple as, guys saying, well, I mean, I'm just curious to how how Suleiman approached them. Like, look, man, you could pay this sanctioning fee for no mandos, and only big fights. That's like some horseshit, great for the fighter, I would imagine, financially and lucratively. But what does it do to the sport? It changes the game. And I'm not afraid of change if it's a good one. You know what I'm saying? And to me, I don't feel that that's a good change. I feel like it's an awful change to the game. And I feel like things are being lost in the process. Everyone's saying, okay, well, this is the fight. This is the guy who supposedly, makes all the money, and but why do they make the money? Yes, some do have fantastic accomplishments, but were they not forced down everybody's throat? Is the franchise not forced down everybody's throat to say, hey, this is the guy? This is the guy. When in actuality, you got people, on these panels and people on YouTube who have no problem with, some of the things that are being talked about with franchise champions, but have a problem with Manny Pacquiao not dropping his WBA title. I touched on this, and then I think Tony touched on it afterwards and made some good points on it. If he drops that WBA title, I think that hurts boxing. That hurts boxing because it's not going to gravitate the casual fan. If these two guys in Bud Crawford and Spence fight, and you have a Manny Pacquiao coming back for undisputed, that's huge to me. My opinion. And I know my opinions and people's opinions can be offensive, but unfortunately, opinions will offend. And that's just what it is. And I'm cool with that. But to say things like Manny Pacquiao is not that big in the sport is just horseshit. It's horseshit. In the words of Roy Jones, y'all must have forgot. Y'all acting like this dude ain't a big cheese in the game, man. Like, you're kidding me. Right? You're kidding me. This is Manny Pacquiao, man. People say, well, Manny Pacquiao needed Floyd Mayweather to be huge. And vice versa. They both benefited from each other's name. Not that they weren't doing well prior, either one of them. But these guys were massive, and it was the fight that people wanted to see. And when casuals say things like, but no one really cares about, Bud Crawford or Earl Spence, it's because these guys are saying what they're saying, man. If they just got to work and did what they had to do, they'd be talked about more so. Of course, Earl Spence has his following, but man, how big would that be? You and Manny Pacquiao in Dallas Stadium. You know what I'm saying? How big would that be? How huge would that be? Even without fans, it's going to be tuned in. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. What's going on, Tommy? You there, bro?
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, cool. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Man. Pretty good, man. Do you think the boxing's trying to, shake undisputed?
Yes.
So,
yeah. Yes, I do. And I think the thing is, specifically at heavyweight, I mean, it's what, 20 odd years? And that didn't last long. I mean, Lewis was stripped pretty quickly. I think it was the IBF. And that was pretty much handed to Evander. The sanctioning bodies, they lose money over undisputed. So they will do their best to make sure that if it doesn't happen, and if it happens, it doesn't last for long. It's just greed, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say that is, and that's a good point too, that I didn't think about. But that's what it is. They're trying to separate them, but at least then you could get them all together. Occasionally, like you could get that. But but that's what made boxing huge. I mean, if you're in, okay, we'll just say there's 4 of us in a house. We're all sanctioned bodies and we all live in the same house. You know, once we start destroying the house, then that's where we live. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, don't ruin it. If
you undermine your own foundation. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So why destroy where your own home? You know, and I think that we're not even getting the opportunities for undisputed the same way we did. Like, I'm hearing about, I don't know if you guys know, Black, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure, bro. But I don't know if you guys are picking up on this too. They're talking about Josh Taylor beating up on Teofimo Lopez, and I'm like, isn't Josh Taylor, if I'm wrong, let me know. Isn't Josh Taylor supposed to fight Ramirez?
I mean, that's the fight to make, I thought. Hopefully they still make that fight happen.
I mean, so how do y'all feel about Josh Taylor saying he's gonna do something to Teofimo like Ramirez ain't even in his way?
That's, that's like in the words of 1-2, that's horse shit, man.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't like me. I'm not saying that Josh Taylor can't win that fight, but I'm picking Ramirez in that fight because I think that people are sleeping on him. And obviously, including Josh Taylor, if he's talking about beating up on Teofimo, like that's not a good sign, man. You should be focused on that undisputed work. Yeah. You know, it then talk about Teofimo. To talk about Teofimo now, man, you got Ramirez in front of you. That ain't no walk in the park. You know, he just beat Postel too. And Postel was a good fight, you know, but it was a good fight when he fought Taylor also. So you talking like this dude, I'm gonna walk through this guy and then I'm just gonna fight this smaller guy. I mean, I'm glad he's confident, but man, focus on the task at hand. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a little disappointed though, because Josh Taylor has been on some big champ shit. You know what I mean? Until that little moment talking about what's going on underneath your division, unless he's just using him for clout, just using Teofimo name. And, Teofimo is a hot name, you know what I'm saying, this year. So I guess some people is going to do that. They're going to call out his name and say what they're going to do to him. I mean, yeah, you might feel that way, but he shouldn't even be a topic of conversation for Josh Taylor. It should be just strictly Ramirez, man. That's the biggest fight to make at 140.
Right, because that's the undisputed right there. That's exactly what we're talking about. So if that fight wasn't to happen and he was just to jump to Teofimo, I'd be like, what? Why? Like, that doesn't make no damn sense, you know? Same as if you strip to me, if you strip Manny Pacquiao, because if someone else has that WBA championship, you're not getting the casual fans to watch it. You know what I'm saying? If you slap a Manny Pacquiao attached to that, now these dudes are talking about money and getting money. They chasing Manny Pacquiao now. I think that would be dumb. It'd be dumb to strip him.
I don't see what's the reason to strip Manny right now. It's like he just got the belt, right? I mean, what's wrong with him getting a tune-up versus McGregor and then throwing back in the sweepstakes of unifying? Like, Manny, leave Manny alone. Shit.
Yeah, like he don't even have to be here. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why? And then they're like, man, who is that guy? Don't nobody pay attention to that dude. And I'm like, what?
Who said that? What?
Yeah, like no one really cared. Manny's not big all over the world. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Wow. Manny's massive. It got to the point where I was going back and forth with this dude, and I said something about the heavyweight division that I probably shouldn't have said just because I was trying to get some get back. And I was just like, you know what I mean? My ego got in the way, and I was like, hold up. Nah, fuck that. You know, Manny Pacquiao versus Undisputed to me would be bigger than the heavyweight championship, which ruffled a shitload of feathers, which is fine. I get it. You know, opinions.
If that was 10 years ago, you might have a really strong argument, but now,
I get that. Go ahead.
Well, at least you was honest. You say your ego got in the way with that shit. All right.
Yeah, because what I was saying, but the point I was trying to make, and the thing I was really trying to push is if we had Undisputed happening all over boxing in different weight classes, that's going to draw more people. You know what I'm saying? That's the point that I was really trying to make and where I was trying to get. You know what I mean? And when they were just cutting it off and just blowing over it, I was like, nah, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like don't do that. That's stupid. We're the ones pushing boxing out here. You know what I mean? We're the group out here in the YTBC.
How many divisions in the last sort of, I don't know, if we take the last decade, the last 20 years, how many times in any division has there been undisputed? I mean, Crawford's won, Lewis, but that's all I can think of off the top of my head.
140.
Oh yeah, of course, Usyk. Yeah.
140 cruiserweight. You said in the last decade, right?
Or even the last 20 years.
Ooh. When did Jermaine Taylor within the last B-Hop and Jermaine Taylor was in the last 20?
Oh yeah, yep.
So, I mean, if you take it 20, it's some, you know, we could put some names in there, but the last decade is it's kind of tough. I like I say, Usyk, Bud, and I don't know if there was another.
There was another Usyk, but there was a guy a little weight, but I don't think anybody's ever heard of him.
You know, some people think it's Teofimo, but we know on this side it ain't really Teofimo. You gotta get that Devin work, man. I'm sorry, and I like Teofimo too, but you gotta get that other scrap, man.
But it's like this right here. It says holding on to their belts only benefits Manny. Manny has to fight to make them money, right? Holding on to their belts only benefits Manny, but it also benefits the boxing fan.
The sport, yeah.
Because it benefits the sport. Because I mean, this is a lucrative name that happens to have a title. So I get it. There are guys that deserve it. You know what I mean? But their shot will come when we get undisputed. Hopefully, then we can jump on that and go, okay, now everything is aligned. The stars are aligned. Let's get these Mandos back in there to fight for these titles. But then the problem is with 4 titles, you got 4 Mandos in line. But that's big champ shit.
Yeah, but if you hold all 4 straps, and I probably should know the answer to this question, but are you supposed to defend them all within a 12-month period? Not the same 12-month period, but once the clock starts, so to speak.
You mean once you win all the belts?
Let's say you hold all the belts now, right? From your last defense, do you have 12 months maximum to defend each one? Or do they give you more time than that?
No, I think
it's different for the sanctioning body.
Yeah,
it's different too, Tommy, because 18 months for WBO, 12 for WBC. Well, it's
not even consistent, is it?
Body. No, it's not consistent.
Right, and that's the problem with boxing. And I think that's
we need
why people steer away from it, is because there are no consistencies. You know what I mean? And I think that people use those loopholes to,
there should be undisputed sort of rules, or I don't even want to use the word privilege, but you know what I mean? Something that you've attained.
Hey, I want to, can I ask this question real quick?
Shoot.
And then Tom, I want to ask you this a minute ago. Like, being that you brought up the heavyweight division, you talking about undisputed, and you brought up the heavyweight division 1 too. I was thinking about this situation that possibly could occur with them not stripping, but them letting go to WBO. Like Hearn, AJ, I've been hearing rumors about that. Hopefully that don't happen. But what is y'all thoughts on that? If that happens and AJ and Fury go into the so-called undisputed fight without all those belts, what's your opinion on that?
Well, you got to look at it this way: the belt wasn't lost. So no one's fought and won or lost the belt. So that in itself is something. But the winner needs to fight for. There needs to be undisputed pretty quickly if that's the case.
So I say like this, bro. I think that Eddie Hearn just bluffing because it puts heat. Well, he's trying to put heat on the WBO to not get in between 4-belt undisputed match. But if he say, okay, well, fuck it. None of y'all will get sanctioning fees off of the biggest fight in boxing. So when you play with people money, that's how you make them do what you want them to do. Like all of these sanctioning bodies, nobody wants to miss sanctioning fees on that that fucking fight, because ain't no fight in boxing gonna make more money than that. So by Hearn saying, hey, fuck all of you, none of y'all will get paid off of this fight, it kind of tries to put a little heat on them to not get in the way of 4-belt undisputed. That's what I think it's about.
Well, I mean, okay. So, I mean, because, yeah, I mean, I've been liking Eddie, and I've been liking the fact that he's like one of the best, best promoters in boxing, and he cares about the overall health of the sport. At least that's what I thought. You know what I mean? And to do this would be a total contradiction and, a couple steps back from what he was trying to do, which was pushing boxing forward. Always, sticking to the traditions of boxing, undisputed. AJ talked about it, if somebody else besides Fury had the belt, he'd be wanting to fight that guy because he wants to get all the belts and become undisputed. So it'll just be a total contradiction from Eddie Hearn and AJ from what their whole approach was all about, unifying all the belts to be considered undisputed. So if they drop the WBO, I got to bring heat. I'm a consistent dude, like when it comes to that kind of stuff. That's why it's a great topic, one too. So I wanted to throw that in there to see how y'all feel about that.
Well, this don't happen often, but bro, I agree with that 100%. And I just said this shit the other day on somebody else's live, because I held Canelo to the fire for that 160 shit. When you said you can't go clean out 168, I was like, hold up, Canelo. You gave us this same song and dance about 160 and never got it done.
Right.
Well, I gotta
155.
Right. And so I gotta give 155. That's funny.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So I gotta give Hearn the same heat. Him and Anthony Joshua. Like it wasn't even a year ago. Y'all motherfuckers said when the Fury situation and Wilder, they was like, well, look, we need all the belts. We don't care who has the belt. Our goal is to get all the belts. Now you saying you'll drop the belts? Like, hold up, man. That shit don't match up.
Yeah, but the other thing is just occurred to me. I mean, hasn't the PBC burnt the WBO? So
Say
maybe
again,
hasn't the PBC burnt the WBO or something to that effect?
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up because before 1-2 kicked off this live stream, I was looking at an old Fight Hype video uploaded 3 or 4 years ago where Earl Spence, Danny, and all them boys, as soon as Jeff Horn won, they was calling out Horn. So I just had to throw that in there too. But them boys was definitely talking about getting that WBO belt until Bud got it. So yeah, had to throw that in there, man. Dude's got to keep that same energy because it's receipts out here, dog.
Bro, you know what, y'all? It's like, okay, so Tommy, everybody remember. Maybe not 1-2 Kid, he wasn't around yet. But everybody else remember when I first came to the UGC. Bob Arum and Al Heyman does the same dumb shit. And I'm going to bring this shit full circle right now. Just like what y'all was breaking down with those WBO belts. Like, they running over there clamoring on, yeah, let's get this fight. Let me get Horn. Soon as Crawford win it, that belt ain't important no more. It's all about Spence fighting everybody in-house.
As soon as it got wrapped around his waist.
Right. But the whole Lomachenko situation now, check it out. The whole Lomachenko situation now, Bob kept that shit from Haney or kept that shit from going outside of top rank. That's what the franchise shit was about. These guys sit back at their house and laugh at all the fucking fans. Fans blame Al. Fans blame Bob. And Al and Bob sitting there smoking weed and drinking wine and laughing at y'all motherfuckers, bro.
Right.
But I've been saying this shit forever. Like, Bob Arum ain't no fucking innocent person in all of this. All of these motherfucking promoters, man, they work together behind the scenes, whether fans want to believe it or not. And they push their narratives out for their sanctioning, for their network or their promotional. But they all talking to each other, planning this shit behind the scenes. They all do the same shit, man.
Yeah, like Republicans and Democrats and shit.
Exactly.
And you know what's funny is I think it was Black that was saying it too when Bob was like, yeah, Canelo could do what he wants to do. He's
Right.
Canelo. And it's like he was, but in that moment he was setting shit up. You know what I mean?
Loma.
He was trying to get for Loma, and he was trying to get who was it? Tyson Fury, that franchise championship.
Right.
I gotta give it to Deontay Wilder. He turned it down. You know, it was rumored
Yep,
that
he
he
did.
turned down the franchise championship. So
Hold up,
I
did
mean,
they offer it to him, or did it just somebody ask him a question about it, like if they offered it to you? Like,
I
because it
don't
wasn't
know.
like Mauricio offered it to him. At least I didn't
I
hear
think it
about
was on the table by the WBC. Yeah.
So they actually had it on the table for Wilder. Like they basically proposed it to him. Like, do you want to accept
Yeah,
this
I think so. I don't think
It
it was
was
like. Hold on a minute. Was it forced on Loma, or was that just a bullshit narrative he used?
That was
no,
a body,
it wasn't
that
a
was a
bullshit.
body.
No, look, check it out. With Tommy, you right. It was on the table. And when Wilder heard about it, he's like, nah, fuck that. Tell them they could take that franchise belt and shove it up their ass, basically.
Yeah,
It ain't no need to come bring it to me, but it was on the table. With Lomachenko, Bob Arum greedy fucking ass, and Mauricio Suleiman greedy fucking ass concocted this plan behind Lomachenko back, bro. Lomachenko, he said it on the Ukraine video, that he didn't really have a clue about all of this franchise shit. But he went along with it because with him, it was all about fighting the fights, making the money. Loma didn't get involved in all of that. But it makes perfect sense that it was Bob Arum and Mauricio Suleiman for the same reason with Canelo and Charlo. He could get sanctioning fees off of 2 fucking champions instead of 1. With Bob Arum, it made sense for him so that he could keep those fucking belts at top rank. So no matter if Teofimo win or Lomachenko win, he keeps them belts at top rank. It was always Arum and Suleiman. But people want to fucking blame boxers and forget. Look what the fuck is happening behind the scene. Stop being so quick to blame a goddamn boxer, fam.
Right, and that's the thing is, I don't think anybody realizes that. I don't even think the fighters realize it. You know, Suleiman's not taking any of the heat for these guys. He's throwing them in a line of fire and getting the sanctioning fees in the process. You know what I mean? He's throwing them on the front line to take the criticism, and he's not taking any. And I think that's bullshit. And if people can't see through that, I think that's why some of these guys are saying things like, you know what, fuck this sanctioning body and fuck these belts. Because they're getting heat for some shit that they didn't really do, that this dude just came out with this shit and he's just making all this money off all these fighters. I got the silver title, I got the interim title, I got the franchise title, I got the regular title, I got the super title. And you know what I mean? And he's like, his pockets is getting big, his account is growing. Like, you know what I mean? He getting that bag. And in the meantime, he send the dude certificates. Now you the champ. Now you the champ. Now you the champ. Right. Now you the champ. You know what I mean?
When they start arguing and complaining, then they get a certificate sent.
Yeah.
Send them a JPEG.
Right. It's like, yo, y'all getting played. He pimping y'all out. Like pay attention. Like he really doing that shit. And he's fucking up boxing. And these are the guys that are putting their asses on the line. These are the guys that are fighting the big fights. These are the guys that people are talking about. He just attaching his brand to these guys. Think about it. He just gave Roy Jones and Mike Tyson the title. Like, yeah, look, guys, we're over here too.
Black Lives Matter.
Fucking Black Lives Matter title. And you know that's some bullshit. Come on, Black Lives Matter. Okay, Suleiman, now your Mexican ass goddamn give a fuck about Black Lives Matter. Come on, bro. He plastered that shit on there just for the fucking money. That dude belt is green for a reason. He don't give a fuck about black, white, Hispanic, or nothing. He can give a fuck about greenbacks, fam. That's it.
Right. So, I mean, when is he going to start getting slapped around the way these fighters are? Because what happens is when we bring these conversations up, the reason we're arguing about this and we start taking it out on the fighters, you know what I mean? Like, nah, Devin Haney's the champ. Nah, Teofimo's the champ. Like, but is it really either of their fault? It's really just Suleiman fucking the game up. You know what I mean? And then you got people saying, well, this dude ain't shit, you know, because you know how it is. You can't credit a fighter without discrediting another fighter. You know what I'm saying? That's horse shit too, because both of these dudes mixing it up in there, you know what I mean? So I don't get it. I don't get it.
Did anybody see the Boxing Social interview? I think it was Rob Tibbert, and he put Suleiman under pressure, and he almost had a meltdown, but he kind of kept it together. Rob asked him the hard question, but it's quite funny the way Suleiman reacted.
You know, I've got to. If you could maybe drop the link or something.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I would like to check that out. But
yeah, me too.
I do know that he was asked one question in one interview and gave an answer, then gave a completely different answer like the following week about it.
Yeah.
You know? when they were talking about Tia, he like, no, Teofimo is the WBC champion. And then he was like, oh no, Devin Haney, yes, he's the WBC champion. He just like whoever got the belt, he ain't trying to fuck his money up. That's all it is.
Exactly. And y'all should have seen him when he went on the Boxing Voice, and Nestor was getting at his ass. Man, Mauricio Stulamar was stumbling all over the place, bro. Like he was a fucking crackhead, goddamn high as gas out of his mind. No, but then you take that. No, but I was like, bro, this shit don't make no sense. Ness and them had that motherfucker stumbling all over himself, man. It was funny as shit.
You know what I hoped had happened in something like that going down is that his mic stayed on and be like, this dude trying to fuck up my money.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious.
You know, sometimes shit like that happens, man, and you wanna hear that shit because you know that's what he was thinking the whole time. You know what I mean? His mouth was saying one thing, but his mind was like, this dude trying to fuck me up. He exposing me. It's like anybody with common sense knows what the fuck you doing, man. You're like, this is bullshit. You're holding up the game, man.
Yeah, bro. Twice. He did it twice, bro. Like you knew it was a mistake when you did the shit with Canelo. Like it wasn't working out when you did it with Canelo and Charlo. And then you're gonna turn around and do this shit again? Like, bro, come on, man.
Hey,
can I ask a question real quick?
Shoot.
At 168, the situation with Canelo Alvarez, is he still considered franchise champ now because he's getting ready to fight a mandatory? And I thought, go ahead, yo.
Man, hell no, Black. I would tell you something. And Julius just fucking misspoke on this. Ring IQ, he just misspoke on this shit today. When I talk to Jay, I'm gonna clear him up on that. The franchise status does not carry on. The only thing that carries on to the next weight class is your right to fight the champion at that weight class. But you're not franchised and get to escape mandatories and everything. It's just an exclusion where you have the right to fight the WBC champion. You can get in front of anybody, any mandatories, you can get in front of anybody, which is why Mauricio Suleiman and Greed, of course, too, because that motherfucker Greedy tossed that belt in there on the Callum Smith fight because Canelo, using his franchise exclusion at 168, had the right to fight for the WBC belt. That's in the ruling. That's why he tossed that in there, so it became a unification match. But the right to, or the ability to not have to face mandatories, that was only for 160. He was franchised at 160. That ability don't go up to the next weight class. He's just a regular champion like Jamal Charlo and fucking Devin Haney at 168. That's all he is. He ain't no fucking franchise champion there and get to bounce around unless they elevate him again, right? And take that belt and give him another 168 franchise belt.
So we had. So basically, there's only one franchise champion left, correct?
Precisely, which is Teofimo Lopez. Until he goes to 140, then it ain't no goddamn franchise belts. He should abolish the motherfucking thing.
So can we all agree that the franchise is not really helping boxing? Is this just a
Agreed. That shit is a fucking travesty, fam. He should have never introduced that fucking belt.
Exactly. And right to Samuel Shaw right here. Elevated is just smoke and mirrors. That's just the word that he used for smoke and mirrors because they were both elevated. You know what I mean? What it really was is his bank account got elevated. Mauricio, that's all the fuck that shit is.
He elevated his fucking sanctioning fees. Now I'm sitting getting sanctioning fees off of one. I will get sanctioning fees off of two. That's the only thing that bitch elevated with that shit, man.
Right. And here's the thing is I wrote with what the franchise championship supposedly was in the beginning, even though I didn't like it. I wrote with the rules and regulations. Then he changed the rules and regulations for each fight or each fighter, and he switches it up. And then people say, oh, well, he said it. He runs the, sanctioned body. So what he says is gold. It doesn't matter what you say. And it's like, no, it don't matter what he says because he changes everything he says every 10 seconds. So nobody gives a shit what he's saying anymore. And so that's where the whole Devin Haney and Lomachenko and Teofimo thing come in. It's like, this is what he said. He said it's just a status. It's not a belt. And then he's like, well, no, now he's the true WBC champion. Well, if that's the case, then why, like Black was saying, why is he fighting for the WBC at 168? If he has the franchise championship, it doesn't make any damn sense. It's whatever is lucrative to his pockets, and that's all it is.
You're right. You're right, 1-2, because you know who else really agree with you, 1-2, who agree with you 100%? The IBF, the WBA, and the motherfucking WBO. They say, hey, fuck you, Suleiman. That belt ain't recognized.
Right. And it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. And here's the thing is, now that it's transferable, if Yildirim was to pull lightning out of his ass and to beat Canelo, does he get the WBC franchise championship?
Well, no, he just said a minute ago it don't carry over to 68. So
okay. So it's
it's just weird. That's why I had to ask the questions to get clarity. Like this shit is so.
Well, thanks for clearing that up, guys. Because I was talking to my daughter for a second, so that might have been when. But yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. I mean, and I think it's hurting boxing.
Also, I wanted to interject, and this is why I've had the issue when people say stuff like, even though we cracked jokes in the past about this, Devin Haney not the real champ, or Jamal Charlo's not the real champ. This is my question. Like when Lomachenko and Canelo became champ, they won that belt. So that belt made them champ when they won it. So how come that belt don't make somebody else champ? You see what I'm saying? Like Loma had the same belt Devin got, but they said Loma was the real champ and Devin's not the champ. Jamal had the same belt Canelo had. So if Canelo holds it, he's champ, but if Jamal holding it, no, nigga, you just a knockoff. Email Kinko.
Well, I think that sometimes fans, then it turns into opinion, because when guys pick up vacant titles and they not fighting the guy who had beaten the guy, you know what I'm saying, to take the title, then I think that's where their argument comes in. That's when it goes down to opinion, for the most part. But I think we need to start at the root, which is Suleiman and some of this WBA and some of the, all these sanctioning bodies got somewhat of an issue. Yeah. You know what I mean? So for the most part. But I mean, we need to point it out and start at the root, because if we go on at all the branches, we're never going to get to the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we just seeing the result of the
question then. Has Suleiman created his own fake currency that isn't recognized by the other guys? You know what I mean? Can he exchange his fake currency for the real WBC belt? You follow my thinking on this?
Yeah.
The WBC monopoly money.
That nigga playing with monopoly buddies, right?
Mauricio might as well make his own currency at this point. Shit.
He's throwing monopoly money at all these fighters and taking all their real money. That's what he's doing.
He's gonna come out with his own crypto shit. Watch.
His money gonna be just as much as worth what that fucking belt is. Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, man. It's a damn shame, man. It's a damn shame. And that's basically why I did the live, is I didn't want to see Undisputed dead. And I think that this dude, out the blue, whenever Undisputed was going to pop off, he was like, nah. My title's the title. It's not going to be attached to these titles. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to be the man. Like, if you ever notice, when a guy's undisputed, what type of shirt do they have on? Did you see my thumbnail? A WBC shirt.
Yeah.
You know why? Because this man like, my brand. Yeah.
Well, you know what else too? 1-2 kid. As much as fans hate it, as much as we think Mauricio Suleiman is the biggest piece of shit out of all of the sanctioning bodies, the boxers covered that belt. The fighters want that green belt.
Yeah, I think they're writing it's like the grandfather law, because it was so prestigious at one point in time, and they trying to hold on to that nostalgia. And I think that the WBC and Suleiman is pushing that old nostalgia, and he cashing out on everything. He's selling it out. I mean, you could get your belt online. You could get yourself a WBC watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, go out there, get it. This dude's he's like the ultimate salesman.
That motherfucker even created a trainer's belt, bro. Now you see Reynoso and them running around with WBC belts. That's the goddamn Suleiman.
Damn. I wonder if they got to pay sanctioning fees.
I think,
that
to
would
be
be
honest with
crazy,
you,
dog.
I think Kenny Porter was the first one to get the trainer belt. I think
He should have been.
when Sean beat Danny, they gave Kenny the one. I'm like, damn, what the fuck is this shit? And I think Kenny was the first one, so he'll probably keep that with his ego. Like, I'm the first WBC trainer champ.
Well, you know, we outsourcing them belts. Be careful, y'all. Them shits might be made out of lead. You know what I'm saying? So, they might have some sort of radioactivity on them shits. You better just stay the fuck away from them. You know?
Suleiman got the FDR chip in that goddamn belt, so he can hear what everybody's plans is and keep maneuvering his bullshit around everybody's plans, dog.
He got microchip in the belt.
Hell yeah. Motherfucker spying on the whole boxing world, son of a bitch.
Green
drones with all the fuckery that they doing I mean they'd already done the fuckery at 160 and 135. I just hope they don't do that shit. Fuck up Undisputed at heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
don't do that.
I want to see that shit. You gotta give it up to Remy with the butt coin. He gonna come out with his own currency.
That's the new cryptocurrency, butt coin.
That was a good
That's
one.
hilarious, bro. That's hilarious.
Oh man, yeah, but it is what it is, guys. We seeing it. As long as these fighters is biting on it, man. I think someone gonna have to make a stand and be like, nah, fuck that. You know what I mean? Someone gotta stand up. And I think me and D had this conversation when the guys were talking about, trying to get the belts, and there were certain guys taking it to court or what have you. When they do things like that, it kind of straightens out a little bit. You know what I mean? You got to check people to keep them in line. And I think that's what I really was pushing. I was just like, I think that people need to be checked when they preaching and they pumping all this bullshit and prestige, but there's nothing prestigious about your sanctioning body. Nothing.
Right.
If you got the money, you can have it. You know what I mean? We know why.
Cash. WBC, we about cash.
Yeah. If these dudes are paying the fees, he's gonna take care of them the way that they're taking care of him. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. And when they up the fees, he's gonna try to make it right for everybody. So
it's just like colleges, right? You look at BYU, Grambling, Howard, right? They ain't prestigious colleges. They fun. You have a lot of fun there. Trust me, I know. I've been. But then you look at Yale, Harvard, and Princeton. They conduct themselves like what they are, a prestigious college. You go to fucking Grambling and BYU and goddamn Howard, dog, it's a whole different ballgame, right? So if you prestigious, then you got to conduct yourself that way. And Suleiman ain't doing it. Bro, you trash right now. You're not prestigious, you trash right now.
Yeah.
He's selling a dead horse, because think about this way. People are waking up or have woken up to realize it's not about one belt.
Hey, Tommy. What's that saying on that dollar bill? It's a saying on there, man. It's in a different language though.
What, that Greek or Latin shit?
Yeah. How do you pronounce that shit?
Nervous something.
Oh, Novus Moto Secundum?
That's what the motherfucking Mauricio, he worshiped that shit, whatever that is.
Novus Moto Secundum. Yeah.
That's what I think about when Mauricio, y'all bring him up.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, bro. No doubt.
Yeah, he was.
No doubt.
But what does it mean? You sitting there trying to decode the shit, and it's like, it ain't nothing to decode. It's bullshit. It's horseshit. And it's just like, that's all it is, man. He just giving you the run around, the smoke and mirrors. He throwing glitter on shit and calling it gold, and motherfuckers is like, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but you know what though, bro? Like, all right, so let's look at some of these fighters, right? And with some of these fighters, I can't blame them, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I gotta keep it real with guys that's in the mix, that's getting the money, that got their name on the scene and all of that shit, right? Yeah, we expect them. Look, man, y'all don't even need to do that. But think about a fighter like Javon in his boots, right? Because he won't sign to one of the majors. They not really throwing him a bone. They're not really giving him the fights he needs to get his name out there. So if he had a chance to take one of these Fugazi belts, like, how could you blame him for it? Because when he get a hold of one of these Fugazi belts, now his name is in the mix, whether they throwing him a bone or not, right? So how can you fucking, like, so for some of these fighters, bro, how can you blame them and shit? It's their stake to get it, like you guys, right? Now, if Manny Pacquiao go and fight Conor McGregor, which it looks like this is imminent, they're gonna strip Manny Pacquiao, and you guys will be elevated to the WBA Super, right? Mm-hmm. But think about if Manny never went to fight Conor. Would you guys ever get a chance? No. He would never get a shot, bro. Because Spence and Manny and all them going to keep playing around. You guys would never get his shot.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. And I get that, but I'm saying that's what mandates are in there for when the undisputed does hopefully happen. Yeah.
I want to ask you one. Y'all think Manny will still fight Conor McGregor if knowing that he going to get stripped?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he gonna fight, man. You talk about $30 million difference. He like, fuck Porter, fuck
Manny just need to win any more belts. Or defend anymore.
But it just don't make sense to strip Manny with all the money he brings. Right. That just don't make fucking sense.
The strategy don't work in my head for financial to make boxing huge. You know, nothing, no way. That's why I say I think that these two guys should unify, and then with the being three belt unified, you know, 3-time champion, you got three belts there, and then boom, you got Manny Pacquiao. What's going to keep him in the boxing game? Undisputed with Manny Pacquiao and the winner, because whoever wins that fight is going to be a hot commodity. I don't care what anyone says. So now you're bringing that to the bargaining table. It helps you as a fighter. It helps boxing, and people were saying things like, well, if Bud and Spence fight, like it'll be a dud. Why would it be a dud if that's their only opportunity to Manny Pacquiao? Neither one of them are going to give up that shot. If they want him now, they're going to be putting it on the line in there. And it benefits Manny Pacquiao too, because he's the older guy and he getting a young lion fresh off a war. You know what I'm saying? So it all plays. I think it's I don't know why everyone ain't saying, hey, there's so much of the pie to go around in that matchup, that final matchup. Why not make it happen? Fuck the money now, because the money gonna be there. The money gonna be there regardless at the end if you bet on yourself. For the loser, well then, hey, I mean, it is what it is.
Hey, are they not allowed to sanction the McGregor Pacquiao fight or some shit?
No. Because McGregor's not fighting for the title. He ain't gonna be ranked. You got to be ranked at least in the top 10 to be all opponent for the title.
They can't get no money off of it.
They can't get no money off of it.
Hey, to be honest with y'all, if that's like no bullshit headgear or whatever, 2-minute round, whatever, none of that shit, yo, if them motherfuckers get in there, Manny gonna put a hurting on that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, of course he is.
Man, he's gonna beat the hell out of Conor. Conor can't fuck with Manny. Manny Pacquiao, remember when this is when Anderson the Spider Silva, before he fought Chris Weidman and lost, right? This was before he fought Chris Weidman and lost. He sparred Manny Pacquiao for 3 rounds. Now this is fucking Anderson Silva, dog. He ain't no little dude, right? So he sparred Manny Pacquiao for 3 rounds. Anderson Silva said Manny Pacquiao beat the hell out of him every fucking round.
Yeah.
Because Silva is an MMA fighter.
Right, but Silva is known as a striker.
So is Conor, you idiot. Don't come in here with that dumb shit, MMA.
MMA, but he's known as probably Spider's known as one of the best strikers that ever did it.
You can be known as that, but you're not a boxer. Still.
Right,
yeah,
that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, what is Conor McGregor gonna if Anderson Silva can't fuck with Manny, what do you think Conor McGregor's gonna do?
I think
That's the point that
he's
D's saying.
He gonna be looking like
carry
Ricky Hatton after the end of that fight.
Conor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Pacquiao's gonna carry Conor, like just like Mayweather did. Connor's gonna be touching Pacquiao up a little bit, and then Pacquiao's gonna take over the fight and stop him. Like
Manny
like
don't
Yeah,
carry
I think it'll happen earlier
anybody,
than that.
man. Manny
Yeah.
don't carry people, man. Manny puts them down where they stand,
yes,
man.
but if he wants
If he
the
got
money
the
for this fight,
opportunity,
he
he's
probably
not
is.
playing.
He probably
See, this is what this kid don't understand, fam. And Manny done already said this shit. Manny said he ain't carrying a fucking tune when he get in there. He gonna beat the shit out of Conor. Let me tell you something, man. Manny don't have to carry this fight because it's a one and done shit, fam. He's not doing this to build no kind of legacy. He's an active fucking legend. He's doing this for the fucking money. He get ready to run for president, dog. He ain't carrying shit.
And on
What
top
the
of
fuck
that,
you talking about?
that's gonna bring nothing but casual fans to him when he destroys
Alright,
this dude. And then that's gonna bring it to
listen, this is
undisputed.
what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, there you go.
If McGregor goes more than 4 rounds, I'll be disappointed in Pacquiao then. If he's not gonna carry him.
How could you be disappointed in Pacquiao right now?
If he
Like-
goes more than 4 rounds, I'll be disappointed.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
ain't. This is what he do, bro. This is a fucking YTBC troll. I don't even know why you got this clown on here.
No, you said
You know
Pacquiao's
boxing a
not
little
gonna
bit, though. I
carry
heard him on a
him,
few
so
other
I'm
streams.
keeping that
You know
energy.
boxing a little bit.
Yeah, he do know a little bit, but he's got that
No,
how you say
I'm keeping that
Hefe line
same
of thinking.
energy with you. You said Pacquiao's not gonna
Hey,
carry him.
MMA. Look, go smack yourself and stop talking to me. You're 15 years old, and I told you,
So why
I'm
you
not
talking back
debating
to
you.
me then?
Okay,
Why you talking
shut up.
back? Why you
Go
talking back?
beat
Why
your
you
dick
talking
like you do. Yeah, he's
Why you
15.
talking back?
Yeah,
Suck a
go
dick.
beat your dick like you do
Suck a dick.
every day.
Suck a dick. Suck a
Yeah.
dick.
okay.
Yeah,
You
whatever.
can have that. I don't wanna have to mute you, MMA, but we're not doing that here, man. I mean, I don't even know if you're old enough to watch my channel. But I do enjoy chopping it up with you, bro. And I have talked to him, and I wouldn't say that he's got the same mentality as a Hefe though, D.
No.
Because I've heard him represent.
Okay, my bad. It's funny. My bad. It's funny.
Oh well, I can't
What?
argue that.
You wouldn't talk about trolling. Hefe done worse stuff than me, bro. He's done worse stuff than me.
But we're not here to talk about any of them guys. We just trying to talk about this. We trying to talk about this undisputed, baby. That's what it's about, man. We talk about this boxing, and you do have some boxing knowledge. So if you want to contribute to this, go ahead, shoot.
So the only undisputed fights that can be happened is Teixeira versus Charlo. If Teixeira beats Castellano, which I don't think he will, then we have AJ Fury. Then we got Taylor Ramirez. So I got Ramirez. I think he's just gonna outbox, not outbox, but outwork, outpressure Taylor in the later rounds. And I think he's just gonna edge it out. It's gonna be a close fight.
AJ Fury, you got a cosign with that, bro.
I think AJ and Fury, it's gonna be a great fight. I think AJ stops him in 6 rounds. I think AJ needs to be more aggressive though, like he was before, like in Perfection fight, etc. And I just think he needs to just put that pressure on Fury. Cannot let Fury, every mistake Fury makes, he needs to counter on that. He needs to, make sure he doesn't let Fury make no mistakes, in the ring. And, we know Fury likes to duck his head and showboat and stuff. I think when I think AJ, the same thing he did to Clinchrow, he threw that right hand and came with the uppercut. I think he's gonna do that with Fury.
Dog, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm on the road.
It's facts, bro.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about this ignorant ass motherfucker driving, bro.
It's possible, MMA. AIBT, I've got to ask you a question. Are you a DJ, man?
Intangible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, I did it. I'm sorry.
I do it all the time. I do it all the time, dog.
But Intangible, my bad, man. Shout out to Intangible Boxing.
That's his name. That's his DJ name. DJ Intangible. That's the shit.
No.
Are you a DJ though?
No, I was just looking up like psychedelic techno shit
Oh,
for like a random profile picture.
okay, gotcha.
Intangible is a fucking schoolboy, man. That ain't no goddamn DJ.
Hey, some of them DJs are schoolboys though, man. Hey, man,
Yeah,
can't
true that.
knock
True
I
that.
They
don't
got
knock
a
anyone's
DJ.
background if they love music, man.
Somebody named Schoolboy Q or some shit, nigga.
Schoolboy.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, Chance the Rapper was a fucking college student. Kanye West was a college student. Right? A lot of these
He
guys.
dropped out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
college dropout. Best record. That's his best record. College dropout.
Yeah. I think wasn't Mobb Deep? They were graduates too, right?
Havoc was. I don't know about Prodigy. I know Havoc was.
I don't think he was.
Havoc
Yeah,
was?
I don't think-
Havoc was a dope
But
DJ.
Havoc,
He's a
Havoc
dope
was the
producer,
producer, so
though. Yeah, he's a
yeah,
producer.
that's
Yeah.
relevant.
That's what
Prodigy, I don't know. He was
my
a
son
street
going
rat.
to college for that right now.
Rest in peace, Prodigy, man.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
He out there doing his thing, man.
Yeah, but this was a good ass topic though. 1-2 Kid. This was a good ass topic.
Well, I wanted to do it 3
Hey, can
days ago, but I had something lined up. I was trying to get it out there now, but I could see the similarities coming out, like everybody thinking the same way. So it's just like, it's something to talk about, man. It's always always something, fresh minds thinking, and the love for the sport, man. Everybody, that's what it is. That's all I try to preach. I just try to push the sport, man.
If
All
if Charlo even beats Texera, I don't think people are gonna give him the credit he deserves though, because
Texera or Castano.
Charlo won't fight.
yeah, I understand that, but if
Hey, why though, MMA?
if Texera beats Castano and fights Charlo, I don't think people are still gonna give Charlo the credit, because we know Texera is not that good of a champion.
Come on, hold on.
You know what, though?
If Texera wins, he won't be fighting Charlo. If Texera wins, I can guarantee you fucking money, Bud Crawford gonna go up to 154 and whoop his ass.
But let me kind of counter that.
That sounds ignorant, bro.
Can I counter that real quick? Yeah. Because I did see a live interview. It was on Lion Killer podcast, and he had Derek James and Texera's trainer Romo, and he already agreed that if they get past their opponent next month, they're on board for an undisputed.
Facts.
So
yeah,
they're on record saying that. I'm not saying that they're going to follow through with it, but they are on record.
Yeah,
so there will be some heat. There will be some heat if they don't follow through.
Yeah,
with
they want to fight. So yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be some heat, bro. It's gonna be some heat, and I'm gonna tell you why. But it don't even really have to be heat, because see, this is what MMA champ don't understand, fam. It don't listen. This is why it don't make sense.
You don't understand nothing.
Okay, shut the fuck up and let me talk. Okay, just shut up. Like, shut up for a second. So this is what you don't understand about how this fucking game works, fam. Bob Arum, right? And I'm glad that Bob Arum is doing the shit he's doing, because I've been screaming about this greedy bastard. But Bob Arum is fucking Terrence Crawford over royally right now. He can't really get in the fights he need. It's not, he lowballed Sean Porter. He tried to lowball Keith Thurman, just flame the fuck out his ass. But Crawford needs these kind of fights. So Crawford will not fuck around like Andre. He will utilize his WBO exclusion, fam, and he will go right up there and fight Texera. Now, shut the fuck up and listen, dog. That's why you don't know shit.
He's not.
Now listen. Okay, 1-2 Kid, can you mute this fucking kid for a second? Because he won't shut the fuck up.
MMA, we're gonna give you the
MMA, let him talk, bro.
Just chilling. Yeah.
All right. So now, Terrence Crawford, he cannot get what he needs at 147. I will admit, Al Heyman and Errol Spencer, they fucking around, fam. They fucking around because this fight should have been happening. Terrence Crawford wants to smoke, fam. Okay? So if y'all not gonna give me this, he utilizes his WBO exclusion and he gets in the way of that. You have to remember, it's the same thing with Andre and BJS. Don't sit here and cry about Hearn and DAZN and all of this. You can utilize your WBO exclusion the same way Monster Hanoi did it, same way Terrence Crawford did it to get Horn, the same way fucking Usyk is doing it to step in the way of Joshua. These motherfuckers can exercise their WBO exclusion and get an automatic fight. It jumps in front of mandatory and anything else. If Patrick Texera wins that fight, I guarantee you that it don't happen with Jermel. Castano is the best way for Jermel to get that fight because he's PBC is in-house and it will definitely fucking happen, fam.
Okay,
Fucking
so
Hey,
let me
D.
rebuttal to this guy.
I'll
You know,
let you rebuttal in 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
all
MMA.
right.
Hey, yeah, you may be right about that, but nobody wants to hear that.
I know. I feel you, bro. You're right.
But
Nobody
you
want
right,
to hear
you
that,
right
but it's
though.
the truth, though.
Yeah, it's the
It-
truth. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's wait,
Wait a
let
minute.
me tell you why it's not the truth. First of all, right?
Oh my God, bro.
Let me
Let
tell
him
you
talk,
why, bro.
man.
Let me
Let
tell
him
you why. All right.
make-
So first of all, Bud Crawford has never mentioned Texera. Texera has never mentioned Crawford. This is so what you're saying is just
that's false.
opinion.
Go ahead.
It's just what he's saying is
Yeah, it is
opinion.
false, bro.
Now let me tell you this, right? So Bud Crawford said he wants to fight Spence and Pacquiao. So why is he gonna move up to fight Texera? Bob Arum said himself he wants Bud to fight Sean Porter, Pacquiao, or Spence. That's what Bob Arum is saying. He never mentioned Texera. So this guy, what he's saying is opinion, but he can't admit what he's saying is opinion. He's saying it's truth. But how is it truth if you don't got no proof to back it up that they're actually going to fight? So if you don't have no proof to back it up, then what you're saying is
Well,
just opinion.
MMA, man. We let you talk. That is false though, because that has been mentioned. You know,
Who's
Bud
mentioning?
Crawford. I mean, it was questions asked to him. Somebody might need to
Did he
mute, man. I
mention
can't hear
him though?
myself talk.
With your sweets, please.
Yeah, MMA.
With your sweets.
Can somebody mute? I can't hear I can't hear him, man. It's loud.
Yo, D, you on mute, bro? Right now, we're getting a lot of background noise, man.
All right. Let me
Okay,
I think that is D.
So it has been brought up. There's some reports. So I didn't see the video, but I did see an article where Texera said something about Bud, and then there are some sources out there where it was brought up. A question was asked to Bud Crawford about that. So it was talked about, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I don't necessarily agree that he's going to go and go up and exercise that mandatory his WBO right to go up. I don't think that, but you know, we just got to see what's going to happen, you know, with that.
He can, but he's not going to. All this D is trying to say he can. I understand he can, but he's not going to. It's like it's just you know a 1% chance of him doing that. Like why would Bud risk that anyway? You know, going fight a champion.
I mean, the reason why he would do that is because he ain't getting no action at 147. So he could take that option to get that action at 154, and he'll put himself in. He'll put himself in line for undisputed, which is what Bud wants the most.
He can get that work at 147 if Porter locks in his mandatory, which he won't do.
Hey, MMA, but check this out. Back to the first question that was, or the first statement that you made that Charlo won't get any props if he becomes undisputed. It doesn't matter. He's gonna have all 4 of them belts.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to counter that too. Like, it don't matter whether people want to give him credit or not. He gonna get props.
I understand that.
Oh, he got
it. It's not like you can say he may not get credit for Texera, but he got credit for Tony Harrison. He got credit for Jason Rosario.
He's going to get credit for Patrick Texera because that'll mean that he beat a guy who beat Brian Castano, who drew with Laura and beat guys like Michel Soro.
And I felt he beat Laura, actually, in my opinion.
Hey, let me throw this out here. Let me throw this out here real quick, 1, 2, kid, so that people can get some type of insight on what I'm saying here. And Black just alluded to this. Terrence Crawford wants to be undisputed again, right? If he goes up to 154 and he beats Patrick Texera, right? What does that put him in line for? What does that put him in line for? Undisputed at fucking 154. You ignorant fucking kid.
Do you think he's gonna beat Charlo?
It doesn't matter. I mean, he's still gonna get the.
Do you think he's gonna beat Charlo? Answer the question.
It's not about if I think. It's about if he thinks. It's not about if I think it. It's about if he and Bomac thinks it. That's what it's about. It's not about us.
Listen.
I'm done.
Let me tell you why it's not gonna happen. First of all, Bomac, he's not even thinking about fire right now. His son just died, actually. So I don't think they're even going to be fighting right now.
MMA, I'm trying here, man. I'm really. I'm really
I told
trying.
y'all, bro.
But here it is. Here's what I'm trying to say is if Bud moves up to 154, what's that tell you about boxing? Isn't that kind of sad? With all that smoke at 147?
All that smoke, man.
Right.
He's
But
not
you know,
gonna
He's
move
talking
up.
It's
about
not like
what Crawford's going to do at 147, and he's been trying to do it for 3 years. And these
If he
motherfuckers
doesn't
ain't
move
playing
up,
ball.
hey,
Just
MMA.
chill, bro. You don't know.
Hey,
but listen,
MMA.
okay,
It's
let me
not
tell you this. If he doesn't move up, I'll be right here laughing at you, D. So, okay, man.
no, hold on. MMA. It's not about like, you know what I'm saying, that he's going to do that. It's just if he does that, we understand because we know what Bud's overall objective is, man. He wants
Exactly,
to
bro.
be undisputed. So if he can't get that at 47, he's almost forced to go put himself in line to face Jamel, whether he wins or not. But that would speak volumes about Bud, right? And then it would speak volumes about the 47 division that this man couldn't get no action. He had to go up to 54, exercise his WBO right to move up for the mandatory to get undisputed, but at a higher division. He really wanted that 47, but he can't get that,
You
man.
gotta think
And let me
logically,
add one
though.
more
You
thing to
gotta
that,
think.
Black. Let me add one more thing to that, Black. Who out of all of these guys, let's keep it real, who out of all of these guys who have shown us they're going to take that smoke? Fucking Jamel Charlo, and Bud fucking Crawford. They going to get in that fucking ring. And they both showing us that.
Jamel shown us he free smoke. Bud has shown us he free smoke. So
Exactly.
I mean,
And everybody at 147 got Crawford waiting for 3 fucking years to get that smoke. But MMA champ got it all figured out. Man, you
Hey
50
guys,
years
hey
old,
guys,
you need to
I
live
hey
more,
guys,
dog.
he's a
I
Spence
didn't
fan,
I
but
didn't get Intangibles you know, his idea where he thinks about undisputed and if Box is trying to stop undisputed in any way. So let's just let him, you know, chime in a little bit. What's going on, Intangible?
I'm doing pretty well. Hopefully you guys are too. Thanks for having me on. My overall take on that is I think a lot of fighters don't consider undisputed worth it. Not necessarily because they're just ignoring legacy for some odd reason. It's because the politics is getting in the way of it. Whether it be mandatory sanctioning fees, whatever the case may be, a lot of fighters may not consider it actually worth it to go for undisputed.
can I
I
say
think
something?
it's,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
think
Can I
it's
say
a
something real
little bit
quick?
opposite. Yeah, go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
And then you can go. I just want to say this, that the guys that's making the most money in boxing care about undisputed.
Yep.
I'm
And
just
that's
gonna
why.
leave it like
I
that.
mean,
Actually,
you say that Canelo ignored undisputed at 160, but I mean,
He didn't, bro. Oscar fucked that up, Intangible, and you know that. He didn't ignore it. That's why he left Oscar. Oscar fucked it up with the Derevianchenko situation. And you know
being
that.
Hold up, y'all. Y'all see this?
but I mean,
Y'all see
also
this
Floyd
comment right
Mayweather
here?
didn't care about undisputed, hence why
yeah.
he vacated the
Let's
WBO and
get
chose
this
not
dude
to
his
pay those
15
sanctioning.
minutes. Let's get this dude his 15 minutes.
Oh,
See
yeah,
this
my
right
bad,
here?
my bad.
Yeah,
You're
you
right,
know,
you're right.
go ahead and move around it, man. Why you even here? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, stay out. Stay the fuck out. And if y'all ever see this dude, man, y'all know what to do.
I
Everybody
told
with
you when he
red.
first came on, man, I had to kick him off. But he done been kicked out. You know who his,
Sanctioning. Whoa,
you know who his source is? Hold on, bro. Hold on.
What happened?
Once you kill, let me tell you this.
Listen,
You know who
let
this
me
kid's
say
source
something. Let me
is?
say
H
something. Let me
money.
say something. Let me
H
say
money
something.
is
Let me
his
say
source,
something. Let
bro.
me say something. Let me say something. So, first of all, you don't need to be undisputed. It's just more sanction fees. That's why a lot of fighters don't want to be undisputed.
Yeah, man.
All right,
People
look,
are
guys, I'm
scared
gonna
low
give y'all
key.
this right here. I'll give y'all this right here. MMA champ. Are you Team Haney? Aren't you a part of their team and their negotiations and everything?
Yes.
Aren't you? Okay, that tells y'all everything right there.
Get this body just low
Thank
key.
you.
Well,
That
one
tells
thing
y'all
you could
everything
also
right there.
Well, one thing you could also argue is that, I mean, fighters who are richer are probably more willing to pay sanctioning fees, as it doesn't take as much of a percentage or portion out of their pockets as guys who are lesser as such. Hence why lower weight classes like strawweight don't tend to get a lot of unifications, because fighters don't really care about paying the sanctioning fees.
Hey, Intangible. I hear what you're saying, fam, but let me run this by you right quick. Bob Arum came out a couple of years ago on Fight Hype, and he said, I detest unifications and undisputed, right? Eddie Hearn is coming out now talking about how he detests these sanctioning bodies. So I get your logic, but you have to understand it's the suits, man, because they have to maneuver. Hold on, hear me out, Intangible. They have to maneuver between all of this shit. The fighters don't care, fam. They know if they get all of those belts, guess what? That's going to come behind it? Money. This is prize fighting. These guys are trying to get prizes, and they're trying to get their name in the fucking record books. It's the promoters that's having this issue, and the promoters are telling you this. So this is what I'm saying with this boxing shit. We know the shit that's going on with politics and behind the scenes. When I first hit the scene, I've been talking about this. But everybody wants to blame the fighters. It ain't the fucking fighters, fam. Even Prophet told everybody it's not the fighters.
Promoters are also a factor.
They're the biggest factor, fam.
I think they're both
Let
factors.
go, I guess.
I mean, I think they're both factors. I think promoters wanting to disavow themselves of sanctioning bodies actually isn't even that bad for the sport. I think that the less sanctioning bodies, probably the better. And I think sanctioning bodies are absolutely corrupt and have made a mockery of this sport.
Hey, Intangible, do you want like Naoka Nui and them guys, your favorite guys that's in your top 5 pound to become undisputed? Do you even care or no? Is that part of? Do you think that would really elevate them to another level, or because
it would, but also the level of competition in the weight classes that they fight would also matter too. I mean,
you didn't have that same interview with Kosei Tanaka, nigga. Don't even start that, because I know how you was flipping out about Kosei. You was all about him collecting those belts and shit. Now
well,
you
actually,
singing a different
okay. When I say I would all the belts, I would put him pound for pound number 1 because that's the toughest weight class in the sport. I would hold him becoming undisputed at 115. I would hold him actually even unifying at 115 against like a, for example, Addy won and unified against Estrada. I would have put that above Crawford's achievement of becoming undisputed at 140 because of.
Why you throwing Bud in there? We just actually
because I'm using him as an example, as a pretext.
All right, bro.
Level of competition. He did not fight a high level of competition.
Well, you can't even mention him. Hey, Bud has been undisputed already, so shout out to him. Hopefully, we can mention him and say that he's been undisputed like Bud, one of them guys that you talking about.
Right, they got to get there first.
Usyk has.
We ain't talk about Usyk, man. We talk about these other cats, fam. Like the ones trying to get there. And the whole point that these fighters, again, bro, I get your sentiment. And I do believe some of it may be with some of these fighters. But I think most of it is just with the promoters. I mean, the promoters are coming out and saying it. The PBC, they don't have to say shit. Because they do everything in their power to stay away from getting this shit done, fam. They did it with Wilder. They doing it with Spence. They do it with Tay. They do it with every fucking body. Bob Arum and Eddie Hearn came out and told you. Oscar too busy smoking coke to think about it. But it don't matter, bro. It's these promoters, fam.
Who this with no avatar?
This your boy, Jalik the Looter. Shout out to 1-2 Kid.
Oh, I thought somebody was trolling.
Nah, what's up? What's up, Black?
Who hijacked your Abby, bro? What the fuck?
People, now I'm on my tablet, so
if I didn't taught you anything, nigga, it's branding, homie. Where's your thumbnail at?
I know. I just tried right before I came on, but I had to do all this shit. I said, "Fuck, I'm on my tablet, man."
You should have gave me at least a Boots picture or something.
I know.
What's up with the picture of the dogs, man? You could put the picture of the dogs. You got
right, and you can put in the captions, "Big dog leak."
Listen, you know what? I was gonna put my cowboy. I was gonna put my cowboy boots on there, but it wouldn't download. I was like, man. Yeah, but it didn't work, though. I'm
gonna be honest with you. I got excited. I thought it was Charles. Free my nigga Charles D, but I thought it was Charles at first.
Shout out to Charles.
Charles locked up again?
He'll be out soon.
Oh, man.
My nigga be out.
Man, that's my boy, bro. What's up?
Yeah, I like Charles.
We're gonna throw a party when he get out, so it's all good.
Yeah. So y'all was talking about the I just came on. Y'all was talking about the I see the title is what's up with Undisputed.
Yeah, is boxing trying to block Undisputed. I think it's a beautiful subject.
Yeah, it is a beautiful subject. You know what? If you think about it from a business standpoint, it does the business better not to have the Undisputed. It's sad to say that, but in a lot of cases, it's better for, like for instance with Al Heyman, right? Say if he got all the welterweights, it's better for him to have the leverage with different guys that got different names and generate income instead of having one guy. Because if that one guy loses, he loses all the belts. So sad as it may seem, sometimes they don't even want Undisputed. It's so obvious. But as a fan, I definitely want to see Undisputed because it like gives clarity and it's good for your legacy. Because I heard Black say Crawford is already undisputed, and so is Usyk. But it's sad, man, because it's about money. It's sad, but
Hey, Jalik, what you think about, like, say if Crawford won undisputed at 47, but he can't get it. So what you think about him having to just be forced to go up to 54 and possibly having to face Jamel for undisputed? What's your thoughts on that, man?
yeah, I can. It's crazy. Derek James is making excuses of why he can't get the fight with Earl, but what he say that with Charlo, I actually got him beating Jamel Charlo, believe it or not. But I just want to see him do 147, man. I like to see guys reach their full potential. That'd be dope to be like, yo, I knew this guy that was boxing and he done all these different things, because people that grew up back in like 70s, they be like, oh, these Sugar Ray guys, and it gets to the point where people swear nobody can ever be better than these guys. They like so much better than everybody. But then we have guys that can have a potential to be on a level. They just not afforded the opportunities, or they haven't created the opportunities. But I want to see him be on 147 first. His contract up in 9 months, right?
Yep, and they not re-signing. They ain't resigning this time. They don't learn their lesson from that. You just listen to Pain and Drew.
Who y'all think he gonna sign with? And which is the best signing that he can make to put himself in position to be undisputed? That's what Bud want the most. So,
bro, I think the best thing for Bud to do, and I know a lot of people won't like this, the best thing for Bud to do is to sign a two fight only deal with the PBC and make sure that Errol Spence is written into one of those fights. That way he ain't got 2 fights with them dirty motherfuckers, and he got it written in the contract that he definitely get Errol Spence, and then he can move on and do what he want after that. That's what.
Well, then the two fights gonna have to be Manny and Errol, because he want to be undisputed.
Yeah.
Probably you guys and Earl, because Manny gonna get stripped.
So y'all really so say that happens, right? Ugas get elevated. Yeah, man, that'd be crazy, though. Y'all think what?
It'd be a 3 fight deal.
Nah, it'll be a 2 fight deal.
This is gonna piss off a lot of people, right? But at this point, I haven't become invested in whether there's an undisputed champion or not, whether there's an undisputed champion or not in these weight classes. I'm no longer invested in that. I honestly, the rarity of it occurring in the 4-belt era and the politics involved in it, in some weight classes having gone 15, 16 years without even being a unification between 2 champions, it's just not worth me putting the energy into it. I'd rather just see, like I've just set the standard after seeing good matchups at this point. Like, if we can just, like, I'm not going to sit here and lay out the parameters of, well, 126 needs to make undisputed. Honestly, at this point, I'd rather just see them make some good fights. There hasn't been a unification there since Barrera in 2005.
What's better than the big fight?
Right. I mean, Intangible, like, we appreciate all the enthusiasm you have about this undisputed thing.
Real shit, dog.
But you know what I mean? We just that's what we would like to see as fans, man. We would enjoy it, and I understand you don't want to put any energy into it, and that's your opinion. But
shout out to
I got plenty of energy.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm tired of putting energy into something that every time I put my energy into, I'm just setting myself up for disappointment. At this point, if AJ Vegas,
we keep hope alive.
But AJ is forced. If
Happy
AJ
MLK Day,
WBO title, and then fights Tyson Fury at the post, and it's not for undisputed, I won't care. It's the 1 and 2 in the division.
I have a dream.
Hey,
all belts will be unified. One face, one name.
I got a question for the panel, right? I got a question for the panel, because sometimes people never think that the fighters from today can compare to them, right? But check this out. We see Homeboy got belts in 3 weight classes. He's already undisputed at 140. Terrence Crawford. Okay, what happens if he knock out Sean Porter, which is possible, and then he knock out Earl Spence, become undisputed at 147, right? And then check this out. It say he have a defense against somebody good, and then he fight Jamel Charlo and beat him undisputed. Isn't that some Mount Rushmore type shit? Undisputed and that's actually possible. He can actually do it. It's not even far-fetched that he can do it.
So it's far-fetched because of the politics, Jalik. That's why I say.
But that's what we're talking about. Dude said he was mad at it, but we're talking about having it. So we want to see that. And it's actually possible if he signed with Al Heyman. That's not far-fetched at all because dude fight Castillo if he beat Texero, who was with PBC. So that'd be undisputed at 154 in like a few months after February. Jamal Charlo versus Castillo if he win. Even Texero, they probably can make it because Golden Boy looked like he working with Al Heyman and Golden Boy for the Tank and Justin Bieber fight. So it's actually possible, bro. It's not far-fetched that Crawford actually can do that, bro.
I just think I think it's improbable because the PBC is too much involved in all of that. And I don't think they're gonna let Terrence Crawford get all of those accolades, especially Floyd Mayweather. Man, Floyd will start digging his hand. Floyd don't want nobody in boxing to outshine.
I agree. So real quick.
I agree, bro. I agree.
Hey, so real quick, if Bud somehow pulled off a victory over Jamel at 54 become undisputed, is there any question about who the number one fucking pound for pound fighter is?
No, fuck no. Number one by far, fam.
Unless someone else.
Hold on, real quick. What about you, Intangible? Go ahead, Intangible.
Well, if going by your criteria, if someone else becomes undisputed before then, I mean, maybe there's competition there.
What?
But at this current state, if boxing just went on a pause and Crawford became undisputed there, I'd put him there, fine. Because Charlo's a great victory. Charlo's the best fighter at 154. And
I remember asking you what fight would do it for you for this man to even be in your top 5 pound for pound. So I'm asking you, if this man somehow go up to 54, right? And you know Jamel is official at 54. Right? Y'all can kill the narrative. Hey, Jamel's the dude at 54.
Yeah.
Free smoke, real deal. If Bud go up there and beat him, what do you put him at on your pound for pound? That's all I'm asking.
For right now, if everything was on pause, and let's say nobody else does anything, and we're just sticking with the current achievements of the current fighters in my top 5 pound for pound, I'd probably put him number 1.
Man, you had to say all that to stay number 1.
You said if boxing was on pause? Like what?
If he fought him tomorrow,
gotta stop.
If Crawford fought him tomorrow, because look, many things can happen in the future. Canelo could become undisputed.
What will be greater than that? How many weight classes would that be?
Yeah, that's like big time.
Bud would be Spartan.
That's pound for pound big champ shit, dog.
That's like
and Nue versus Ioka doesn't happen, and a bunch of other things.
All right, hold on.
Sugar Ray Leonard type shit.
I got one though. I got one scenario where Bud could do that, but he still wouldn't be the greatest. And then I'll explain this. But it's only one scenario as I can think of it right now. So Teofimo Lopez just said that he's gonna have to probably deal with the IBF mandatory in Kambosos Jr. because we all know the IBF will take your fucking belt, right? But he said that after the Kambosos Jr. fight, it's Haney. And then he's moving to 140. Now, here's the kicker. If that motherfucker beats Haney, moves to 140 and beat the winner of Ramirez, and I don't give a shit what Crawford does. Teofimo gonna because his undisputed run at 135 is already greater than Crawford's. Crawford beat fucking Ndongo. Come on now. Like
Teofimo's not undisputed.
I just intangible. Are you fucking listening, dude? I just said Kambosos Jr. and Haney. Then he would be undisputed. You idiot.
Negative.
Damn, dog. You just hate Crawford.
Yeah, he do, dog. That's what I said.
What the fuck?
That nigga hate Crawford.
Argument for everything.
If it was close face to Tanaka, your ass would be talking like that. But it's Crawford. He's going to down everybody.
Intangible.
Absolutely, if it wasn't Tanaka. I haven't felt biased towards Tanaka, but I'm actually still being consistent because Tanaka's not in that predicament. So how could you say that?
No, I'm just saying you hating on Crawford right now, dog. Crawford got to do 10 times more than everybody for you to give him a fucking credit, fam.
If he beats Charlo right now, he'd be my number 1 pound for pound.
Yeah, whatever. But look how we had to squeeze it out of you. Probably. Get the fuck out of here.
How is what I'm saying unfair though? If Canelo becomes undisputed,
no one says what you saying is unfair, but you hate on Crawford whether you accept it or not, bro. You one of these fucking Crawford haters out here.
I'm hating on him, and there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying. So
that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, whatever. I'll let you charge me with whatever I want, but what I'm saying isn't wrong. So doesn't matter.
I got a question.
I have a dream. Intangible, stop hating on Crawford. Go ahead, bro.
Now I do have a question for you. Do y'all have Usyk stealing y'all pound for pound? If so, What if Usyk was to beat Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury? Is that something that you can consider to being number one pound for pound?
Yeah, that's huge. Those heavyweight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's like
I
Not
would
to
push
mention,
that.
not to mention
That's
that
the
he was
biggest champ shit,
undisputed.
I think. Heavy.
yeah, that's like big time, bro. If Usyk done that, like that's
Two
crazy,
time
bro.
undisputed, it would be
That's
So
insane.
you give him credit for that, right,
crazy.
Intange?
I'd give him credit for that, yes. Just like I give credit.
We
Just
know.
like I.
But
Just like I
something
give.
doesn't have to be put on
Probably.
hold, though. Nothing has to be
Because
put on
he's
hold.
still
for
gonna be
Usyk to do it.
because he's still gonna be.
The world ain't got to freeze for Usyk, but the world got to freeze for Bud, though.
You guys are laying out. You just asked me, would I give him credit for it? Yes, I would give him credit for it. But are you saying he'd be number one pound for pound? If he did it right now, yes, he would. But at the same time, if someone else became undisputed at, say, 115, I'd probably not put him above that.
That's like big time, bro, because they like probably like 40 and 50 pounds bigger than him, and that's an amazing feat for Usyk. He's small, bro.
Intangible just favors the smaller guys. That's why he always bringing up these fucking obscure fighters that nobody.
He like the little champ. He like the little champs more than the big champs.
Come on, man. This sport ain't about all of those little guys. I get it. The little guys are getting left out, but you got to be realistic about this. As soon as he asked you about Usyk, it was an immediate yes. We asked you about Crawford, and you go down to fucking 20 minutes scenario, fam. Come on, probably.
He said hell got to freeze over before I give Crawford credit.
Yes, I would give him credit. Did you tell me would I put him number one pound for pound? In that case, I would have said the same thing. If he had done it right now, yes, he would. But if there was, say, someone else who did something better than he did, like become undisputed at a stronger division, I'd probably put them above Usyk.
What's a
stronger division? No, shout out to Intangible, because when you ask him for a burger, he gonna give you fries with it.
A milkshake for the fucking pie too, nigga. He gonna give you a milkshake and a pie with that bitch too.
Right, nigga, I didn't even ask for no apple pie with my shit.
And I ain't going front though. I had never seen that dude Tanaka, but he used to talk about him so much. When Tanaka got knocked out, I felt bad, bro. I felt bad for Intangible, bro. I was like,
when I first heard of that, I thought it was a new bag of hot chips or some shit. Like what?
I was like, bro, got knocked out, but the dude is actually good though. Tanaka, I think he's still gonna recover. Yeah, he just got knocked out. I think he's still gonna regain himself. But
I knew Ioka was gonna beat that dude, man. I tell Intangible this shit for months. Ioka was gonna beat that damn dude. He was too inexperienced, man. Too young.
Hey, but unlike a lot of your pound for pound fighters, he stepped up to become a 4-weight world champion at age 25. I'm proud of him.
Oh, now then championships matter, right? You care about it with Tanaka, right?
Becoming a 4-weight world champion, that's impressive. I think becoming undisputed is impressive. But I mean, of course, I just said I'm not going to become invested in it. I'll give people credit for it, and also the fact that he stepped up to the strongest division in the entire sport.
Are you more biased to the little champ over the big champs? Just be real.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
What division you said was the best? What division you said was the best? Intangible 115.
Super flyweight. I do think that is by far. It's the best division in boxing. It's not even close, and I can explain why.
Wow.
Go ahead and break that down.
I ain't mad at.
I'll break it down. All right.
No, it is the best division. It is the best.
Come on, y'all. Everybody mute. It's gonna take 30 minutes. Mute.
Well, someone already conceded, so I guess I don't really have to go.
No, but I mean, it's not conceded. It's agreement, you motherfucker. I'm not conceded. I never said it wasn't. If you concede, that means you're arguing, and then you say, okay, I was wrong. I just agreed. I didn't concede to anything.
All right, fine.
Damn.
Yo,
yeah, because let me.
Well,
he got chocolatito.
He's just trying to bring some light to the lighter divisions, and
Shout
that don't, the intangible.
That don't get the shine. Yeah, that's smart though. I wouldn't watch it.
Same as like Ring IQ. He's bringing the women boxing. He always
that's good.
So it's all good.
BOP do the same thing. BOP boxing do the same thing because he only concentrates on cruiserweight and light heavyweight, which we know they.
That's smart. That's smart. Yeah, because I wouldn't have watched that Tanaka do. I was like, who is this guy?
But look, Intangible, I got one more question for you, fam, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. So you went off and on about Tanaka becoming a 4-weight champion, and I get it. I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. But you was gung ho, and everybody know you was gung ho about that 4-weight champion, right? But a guy that's a 3-weight champion and would be undisputed, it takes that much to think about it. Now, what's more impressive? Let's be honest. What's more impressive? Undisputed and 3-weight champion or merely 4-weight champion? To me, undisputed and 3-weight champion is much more impressive. But you was fucking balls deep with Tanaka, but we got to drive it and pull it out of you with Crawford.
Damn.
Well, I think you're just taking achievements though at face value because I mean, look, 3-weight world champion and undisputed for Crawford, compared to 4-weight world champion only holding 4 belts for Tanaka. Yes, achievements. Crawford has the more impressive achievements. But when I said that Tanaka would have surpassed Crawford on the pound for pound list, that's because he has done that means he would have done more recently. First off, and the Ioka win would be far better than anything on Crawford's resume, and that's just a fact.
Bro, that is a fact, but you listen, bro, it's easy for me, right? I am not even a Crawford fan. I like the dude, but I'm not a fan. I'm a Spence fan. But when people ask me those type of questions, bro, it's no hesitation because to me it's common sense. I don't have to give you a fucking lecture, a 2-hour lecture about why somebody else could do so. It's just, yes, Crawford would be the best. I don't have to break it down like that. Only thing I'm saying, if Kosei Tanaka was in the opposite position, you would say yes immediately, bro. We wouldn't get the fries, the milkshake, the apple pie. You would just say yes, fam. We would just get the burger. That's it.
We get the burger.
Everybody got their favorites, I guess. You know what I mean? Everybody got their favorites, man. Because D, we all know you getting a percentage of Tiafimo money, D. So don't act like you. We know that, bro.
Oh boy, here we go.
Don't act like
He said D getting sanctioning fees.
He's trying to pull the heat off an intangible, but come on with it. Come on with it, Jaleel. Come on.
We know that though. It's all good though, bro. We know.
Hey man,
What you say? Wait. I heard this name. You always trying to find out a name for me. And I ain't gonna say who said it. But I'm gonna say this. I like the name, and I added a second part to it. So here go the new name. Jaweek the Bleeder. Jaweek the Bleeder. If somebody else gave you the first part of that name, and I'll let him stay anonymous. But I added the second part. The Bleeder.
I was only playing with you when I came up with that, Jimmy. You know that, right?
Nah, it's all good.
I wasn't gonna put you out there, Black. I wasn't gonna put you out there, Black.
Let me just say, right?
It's all funny, man.
Let me just say, right?
No matter.
Let me just say, if Kosei Tanaka went on in 2025 to become a 2-weight undisputed champion, like he's prognosticating Tiafimo would be in the hypothetical, he'd probably have him like number 23 pound for pound. You know, close, but not amongst the elite pound for pound, just average.
Bro, Kosei Tanaka's great, man, and nobody's disrespecting Kosei Tanaka. I think I watched the fight. I was excited for the fight. You know it. But here's the thing, bro. You do favor. Okay, a bias is like this. This is a bias. Everybody got biases. Like you pretty much speak out in favor of something or a race or a position more than you do everything else. Dog, you clearly have bias. Bias is not negative unless you take it that way. But you clearly have bias for the smaller guys, fam. You do.
Well, I don't believe I actually do, to be honest.
Okay. Well, we do.
So hold on, real quick. Your top 5, are they all little dudes? Your pound for pound?
Canelo is not a little dude.
Who?
Canelo is not.
Okay, shout out to Canelo and then Usyk, right? Because he in your top 5.
You got Monster. You
3
got
of them,
Monster, right?
I got a Inoue, I have Ioka, and I have Estrada. And until I am given a reason not to put them up there and why they don't warrant those positions, I will choose to keep their positions there.
Okay. I mean, I respect you pound for pound, bro. And like I said, it's actually good for you to shed light to the lower weight classes because a lot of them I'll be skipping over them. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, to be honest, like I've been doing some videos on some like really obscure prospects and things like that from those smaller divisions. Because I mean, to be honest, it's a good way to grow your channel to cater to an audience that doesn't get a lot of shine.
That's smart. Exactly.
Now we're getting connected.
And I'm gonna be honest.
It come out, boy.
What's up with your channel, bro? You gonna get your channel back or what? What's going on, man?
Who me?
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you, these motherfuckers, fam. So the zone, and y'all know all the fucking live commentaries I've done, even fucking the zone
Yeah.
cards, everybody's fucking cards. So all of a
Yeah.
sudden, out the blue, I'm doing the same shit. I post no footage. I put it in the description. I don't show shit. I don't play the sound. And the zone all of a sudden decides to give me a strike. So when I get the fucking email, they just say the zone have pulled your video, sent in a strike infringement, pulled your video, and that's it. They didn't tell me why I got this strike, what the complaint was. So I keep trying to get a hold of these people to say, okay, well, where the fuck did I violate? Because I've done nothing
Wait a
different
minute.
from
Was
what
it
I've
the
been
Ryan
doing.
fight? The Ryan fight?
Yeah, Ryan
You
Garcia
know what?
versus
Hey, they did
Campbell.
Sport Advantage the same way.
Yep,
They did
I
Sport the
exactly.
same way.
know. I talked to
Oh,
him.
for real?
He been helping me
Yeah.
Did
out.
I
Get
see the
through this
fight?
I
bullshit.
don't know what it is about that fight, but I don't know. They ain't fucking
Because
around with that fight. I don't know.
Cause
That's
he
crazy.
hate black. He the Justin Bieber, bro. He the Justin Bieber. They
Hey,
try
but
to
I
make
went
that
You know
live. But
why?
see, they let me make it because I went with the goddamn Ryan Garcia victory podcast shit. You know, because I knew he was gonna win, so they ain't fuck with my live, and I had to let Sport Advantage do commentary there. But when he tried to do it on his side or whatever, I don't know. They just snatched the shit down. Like
You know
fuck.
why?
Oh
'Cause
wow. I was
De
like,
La
I thought
Hoya,
you had
De La
the
Hoya don't want to
yeah.
lose nothing. He lost
I
Canelo.
know
That
they not
motherfucker
playing
like
with him, bro.
he like this is all I got.
They not playing with
Can't
him, bro.
nobody.
They try to make all they money. I thought you can
Oh
only get a
man.
strike if you like play some
But it's
video
still
or
kind of corny, man.
some sound. I was like, I didn't know you can just get a strike just for commentating on it. That's crazy.
Yeah,
You
but
can't,
what?
bro. You can't. I didn't
Nah, that's
violate.
just some extraordinary shit, bro. With Ryan, I don't know
Yeah,
what.
that's why it's actually a way you to fight it, D. I don't know the exact ways, but you can definitely fight that. Because if you didn't do nothing at all, like just straight,
Now I'm fighting it
that's
now, bro. I done sent fucking. I done been
Problem
on
is,
fucking 10
he,
chat sessions. I've been sent 3 fucking
problem is
emails.
he's saying that he ain't got no one to fight. Ain't nobody answering the phone call. Ain't nobody.
yeah, that's the
Exactly.
thing. It's a little hard. It's a little harder. It's like
Mm-hmm.
who you know with that fighting thing. It's like
They
it's weird.
stalling me
It's like
out, bro. They just stalling me out for 3 months. That's why I just start running my lives on fucking the boxing cage, and
oh,
I'm just
okay.
doing videos and shit on Speaking Mind Sports Talk. But I still go live every day, and a whole bunch of people came over. Man, I ain't had no fucking subscribers on that channel for real. I got like 257, so a whole bunch of my people already came over, and my
That's
lives
cool.
still be jumping over there. Like I still be getting good numbers over there. That goddamn channel ain't seen nothing over like
Where's
fucking 67
what's
views.
what's
I got
what's
67.
your new channel? What
Huh? It's
what's
the
the
remember
what?
D and JB's boxing cage and
Oh
shit. It's,
yeah, the old one that you used to have.
yeah,
Okay.
that's where I be doing
Oh,
the
okay.
live at.
Debate cage, yeah, I remember.
All right. So y'all know
Yeah,
now
that's
that's where you got to show support to D Jefferson.
I changed it though. 1-2 kid. I changed it from
What you change the name to?
I changed it from D and JB's debate cage to D and JB's boxing cage because I wanted people to know that it's about boxing. You feel me?
Right.
Oh, okay. That's smart. Yeah, that's
Okay.
smart though. Yeah, I
All right.
gotta learn. I gotta learn about that. That certain things I ain't even know. They be blocking you for certain things. Like, only strikes. Only thing I get is a lot of times I play music and it's not a strike. You just can't get paid on it.
And
Yeah,
y'all
it's
know
just a
where to
claim.
find.
It's just a
Y'all know where to
copyright claim.
find Black or UGC. And you know what I mean, Jalik the leader, he got his channel, Intangible. He's pushing these smaller fighters. I ain't cutting it out. I just saying while the getting's good, might as well put your stuff out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah,
yeah. I'm not
those people
going
on
to
there.
try to be all defensive and all, but I do believe I've done more videos on higher weight fighters, of course.
No, I think you that's actually good if you really think about it because you
Yeah,
got your own niche. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, if I need to learn about a smaller fighter, I just go to your page because I don't. The only one I really like is certain fighters I mess with. Chocolatito, Julio Cesar Martinez at 112. I mess with him heavy. Like he must see TV. But a lot of those other guys, if I ain't really, I just don't really be watching them like that. Certain ones I will though.
You can't watch everybody, so yeah.
I know it's just so many, and then and I don't really watch the cruiserweights neither. So that's
I
just
think I
the
started watching Cruiserweight after TBD got slept. I was like, that's a wrap.
yeah. He got slept big time,
The
and
cruiserweight
then the
division
dude
kind
lost.
of died out anyway when Usyk left there.
Cruiserweight
Yep.
has 3 good fighters for me. You have Makabu, you have Dorticos, and you have and you have Briedis, of course, the ring champion. But from there kind of onwards, I will say there is quite a bit of a drop off. But I gotta say, like,
so,
watch some of the cruiserweight fights from about the era of 2005 to 2015. Though even though it wasn't as strong as it was when Usyk came in and started winning titles, you had some extremely exciting fights. Like O'Neal Bell versus Jean-Marc Mormick 2 is one of the best fights I've ever seen.
Yeah, that
I got
dude
real
Bells.
quick.
Yeah.
1-2. I gotta step down a little bit, but my question is, what's up with the motherfucking the damn unification between Bivol and Betterby? Like, why they ain't pushing that? What the fuck is up with that, bro?
I don't know,
That's
man.
crazy,
And
bro.
that's a big fight too, and I
I don't
think
hear
that
no
could bring the light
promo,
heavyweight
nothing about
division
that.
back on. You know, I don't understand it. I don't know why Kovalev wasn't trying to get in there with one of them cats either.
Oh shit!
So
Kovalev.
I mean, you know what I mean. So I mean, then you're putting a decent name on them titles too to bring a little more shine to it. But I guess he got his fight coming up now with an explosive young fella, and we'll see how that goes. But I think
Who does?
is the matchup.
Who has a fight coming up? 1-2.
Kovalev and who is it?
They canceled that.
Did
You know they canceled that. Yeah, he was got caught with steroids. Yeah.
Kovalev got
He got
popped
caught with
steroids.
steroids. He got popped.
Kovalev's career is over.
Yeah, he got popped with steroids.
Oh, you didn't hear about that 1-2?
I think I did, but it slipped my mind. I was dealing with other
Yeah,
stuff
he
going
got
on.
popped.
So it kind of just slipped my
I
mind.
was gonna give him
I know.
flame, but they was lighting his ass up out here. So I'm like, okay, hey, he getting a lot
I think the zone is probably happy because they're saving money. It's like, hey, now that automatically probably void the contract that they owed to him after the Canelo fight. So they probably glad it didn't happen.
Yeah,
save him some money.
Hey, you know what?
You
know what? What I didn't like was Buddy McGirt. And right after that, you want to go on somebody's platform talking all of this shit about Shakur Stevenson. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up. Your dude just
what's your
popped.
thoughts on that?
Huh?
Yeah, that was crazy. What was your thoughts on that? What he said about Shakur? He went hard at Shakur, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know whether to interpret it as hate or if that's just his real opinion, but matter of fact, I saw
more than
what did he say?
He was saying, hey, bro, 1-2. This man said that this dude got what they say in the old school, he's protected and he's getting guys in there, they putting guys in front of him to make him look good, but he gonna get in there in front of a guy, like he said Teofimo will knock him out, and he said you put him in front of somebody good, he gonna get knocked out. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying
he took it personal, actually. It was more personal with Buddy. It was more to it like that.
So I just want to ask y'all, like, y'all feel like it's some old like hate, or you think he really been genuine? And I'm like, nigga, your dude just popped. Your fighter just popped.
That's hate, man. That's hate. That's just
crazy.
Off the wall hate. I don't know what he did to him. I don't know if he dated his daughter.
It's something to that, bro. It's something to that.
Because
it's something to that. Yeah,
I don't see. I don't see that dude doing anything wrong, man. And I think he's gonna be in a bad position when he moves up. I think everyone else gonna move up when he move up. I think he's gonna be in one of the Mayweather positions because nobody gonna want that smoke because that boy can fight.
He can, bro. Maybe he should move up right now, bro. Maybe he can just like I don't know. Maybe
one of
he
the
can just
most
skip
promising
130.
looking guys coming up is Shakur. For him to say that about him, like, nigga, damn, what did this shit come from?
He emphasized it too, though, but it wasn't like he like emphasized that he would get knocked out, and then he said 6 rounds. I said, wow, he really went far. He was like, he didn't knock this guy out in 6 rounds.
He pull up a lot of fighters and say that shit about him. To pick Shakur out the bunch, there's definitely got to be some sort of personal vendetta.
Yeah, it was.
Shakur took it to him like, man, your ball head ass ain't training nothing good out here. Your fight is trash and all this shit. I was like, damn, So Shakur had.
Oh, we lost Black, but he warned us. He warned us.
I would say this. I would say this about Shakur real quick. I think that Buddy McGirt's comments was very. I already know a lot of people ain't gonna like me for this one. I think Shakur beats Haney at 135. I really do.
I do too.
It's a difficult matchup.
Yeah, Shakur is different. Shakur different, bro.
I think it's a good fight.
I do think that the Shakurs will have a lot of trouble against Burchell should they fight. Like more trouble than some people would like to acknowledge.
Mhm.
I
It's
don't know about.
possible.
I be honest with you. I wanna see him get challenged because he
Yeah,
make it look too easy.
yeah.
I want to see if somebody can really hit the dude
I
because his
want to gauge
defense
him
is on
too. Yeah,
point, bro.
I enjoy his performances against the competition that he's fighting
Yeah,
now. But I would like to gauge him against somebody like Ryan stepped up, Teofimo stepped up.
yeah.
I would like to see him step up though. Yeah, I definitely
Mm-hmm.
would. But my fear for him is that he's going to be in somewhat of a Haney position, or where guys are just going to be like, yeah, but man, I ain't got nothing to gain. But it's
Yeah, yeah.
to be truthful, you do got something to gain. This dude does have a buzz around him. You know what I mean? I think he got all the intangibles to be a star. You know,
The
so
fight to make
Why
at
the fuck Tank
130.
no bitch ass don't fight him? Motherfucker ain't fighting nobody.
yeah.
You know what?
Other than
That's a great
Pedraza,
fight.
yeah, I
That's a
don't.
great fight.
I can't really give Tank a lot of props other than what he does to those guys in there, what he does have in front of him. But other than that, man, yeah, man. I mean, the fact that he's even people are talking about him at 135. It's like, what has he done at 135 to even be talking about him? You know,
Right.
like this guy, he's got a lot. He got a lot of issues, a lot of good skills. I think it's kind of like it's a lot of hype and a lot of underachieving going on when it comes
Yeah.
to Tank, man. And I'm not saying that he can achieve it. I'm just saying there's a lot of underachieving shit going on there, man, where he could really be getting it in right now. There's a lot of hot names right now that he could be mixing it up with, and he's really not even in the conversation when it comes to, a Tio or a Ryan, to me, honestly,
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
concern
that's
for
that's
Shakur
true.
against a guy like a Burchell is the fact that Shakur can't really hit that hard. The guy is feather fisted. And I hate to say it because I rate Shakur's boxing skills quite a bit. And I feel like sometimes people do undermine the importance of punching power. Like, of course, it's not the be all end all. It can be, but it's not the ultimate skill to have. But punching power, if you can't get your opponent's respect, it's very hard to win fights against a guy like a Burchell who's going to be relentlessly coming forward. He's not going to get discouraged.
Against a guy like Tank Davis who's gonna keep eating your shots, punish you to the body, and eventually find that knockout shot.
You know, though, to be honest with you, though,
Not
I
with
think
that,
it has
bro.
a lot to do with, a lot of these fighters' hands ain't built the same. So, you know what I mean? Like you
Agreed.
take Floyd, he got real far. He was a power puncher in the lighter weight classes, but he pulls his punches a little bit and just gives you enough to respect him. And talking to all these fighters like Shakur does and sparring with these fighters, they probably telling him you can't go balls to the wall all the time if you want to have longevity in the game because his hands may not be holding up, So
Yeah.
maybe he
Speaking
need to
of
get them
hands,
orthopedic gloves and then he can
speaking
let
of
his hands go.
speaking of hands, you make a good point. I don't know if everybody's seen it or not. I'm gonna go check it out. But Punch Drunk just put up he just put up something. He get ready to talk about supposedly Devin Haney got another fucking hand injury, and which is really interesting to me because he might be injuring his hands, and it had to be in sparring, right? The motherfucker ain't fought nobody since Gamboa, so if he injured his hand, he probably trying to adapt or punch with some power, but he just don't got it. He punching harder than his fucking hands or his body can accept.
That could be it. And his hand wraps too. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting because I seen an interview recently. Bill did say that he had an injury. He didn't really mention it, so maybe that's what that was.
But
He had an injury. Boxing is
there is ways of dealing with that, but unfortunately when if you're a pro, you got to be in there all the time, so your hands are constantly taking a pounding. But prior to, or if you're getting into boxing and stuff, there's things that you can do to condition your hands to make them tougher. And that's like hitting the bag, not full force, bare-fisted with no hand wraps. You know what I mean? That's going to strengthen your wrist. That's going to callous your hands to where they can take a beating and your bones will strengthen. Like it's like monks do. They like beat on iron all day. with their hands. So you can condition your hands to be tougher, but you have to do that. Some of these guys just get in there and they don't condition them, and what happens is their hands get brittle. And they're not only are they punching skulls, they're getting punched in them hands all day too, blocking shots, parrying shots. All that shit takes a toll on your hands. So that's why some of these guys ain't got that power. Other people got real dense bones in their hands. So when they lay them heavy hands on you, he's heavy-handed, like motherfucking Manny would say, he's heavy-handed. That motherfucker got heavy hands. Some of these guys can hit real hard and knock guys out, but they pull their punches a little bit because they're trying to keep the wheels on the car that's getting them the money. You know what I'm saying?
1-2 Kid is exactly right, fam. Because all right, so, and I know this is just movies, but it's the principle that counts, right? When you go back, I know most of y'all old enough to remember Saturday morning Kung Fu and shit. But when you go back and you see those guys doing the shit into the bowls of hot coals and shit, it's like punching and sticking their hands down there. It's little small stress fractures, right? But what happens is like it's almost like building muscle. When you break a bone or you get a fracture, your body automatically builds bone marrow on to the stress area. You understand what I'm saying? So it builds their bone density in their hands when you do these exercises. So
to break it down, when I was doing it, when I was boxing, I wasn't conditioning my hands, and I literally was at a job where I was working with machinery and had a lot of coolant and stuff. And what happened was when I would go back to the gym, like I'd get like steel shavings in my cuts from me boxing. When I would go there and oil it, and then when I would put my gloves on, my hands would be on fire. They'd be burning, So it kind of, so then I realized I had to switch something up if I was going to continue to do either or. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I have to do this, and maybe I shouldn't be working in this department. Can I work in this department? This is giving me problems when I go to the gym. And then, then it's like, but wait a minute, let me get my priorities correct. This is where I'm getting my money. You know what I'm saying? So all those things come into question when you're doing certain things. But I'll tell you what, it was extremely painful. It was extremely painful having that, because you're gonna be busting your hands up. I don't know if you guys see it, but if you look at like AJ's hands, his hands look fucked up. Like,
bro, look at Fury's hands. Look at Tyson Fury hands. That nigga, them long ass fingers, them shits look jacked the fuck up, fam.
Yeah. So that's crazy. It's like you sound like you gotta hire a hand specialist and get massage. You gotta do something, bro. That's
them
money.
Motherfuckers gonna have arthritis when they get older.
The best thing
looking like Red Fox, nigga.
The best thing they could do is get a hold of someone like Floyd and ask him what he do minus the shots, because I don't think they're gonna get away with the shots that Floyd was getting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the best thing to do, and to find the right gloves so that they can let some steam off when they get in there to protect their hand. And I mean, because it's the blunt force that really gets the job done. You know what I mean?
Not you know what they should do, one too? They should fucking hit those bags and practice with them UFC gloves, man.
Yeah, maybe that'll work. I'm just saying, to me, that's how I conditioned my hands later in life, when I was just like, I'm just gonna hit this bag. I'm not gonna hit it real hard. I'm just gonna, let my hands go on it, and it also helps you punch correct, because now you're gonna know when you let your hands go how you're gonna land the shot. Otherwise, you're gonna bust your wrist up. You know what I mean? Or get a boxer break where you push your pinky knuckle. It's gonna make you, without injuring yourself, punch correctly and know exactly where you got to land. Your punch placement will become much better.
Damn right. Or you'll end up like Deontay Wilder, breaking hands, elbows, shoulders, arms, because he ain't punching right.
Lidocaine Promotions. You got to take care of. I mean, if that's what's getting you through the game, you got to make sure that's your front line right there is your hands. So that's what's protecting.
Yeah, that's true. Those are some good points. Cause homeboy, hopefully he don't got no problems this earlier in his career. Cause Paulie Malignaggi, there's so many fighters that be I forget who else be having them besides Floyd and Paulie. It's other people that be having those hands problems too.
Man, I want to say this. Wow, everybody listening and shit. I appreciate this live right here, because it was a great topic, but something extraordinary happened in this live right here. This is actually, I'm serious. This is actually the third live, which is extraordinary to me. This is the third live that I've been on with Black, and we didn't get into it at all. To me,
Yeah,
that's
that's great,
extraordinary.
bro. Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah, it ain't all
That's
about
good.
that. You know,
Yeah,
but
it's not about beefing.
sometimes you know personalities don't always clash, and sometimes things don't get. Sometimes people got other things going on, and you know it boils over and it goes over, and we all got our little
Yeah.
issues. But you know, I mean, the shit comes and goes, man. We're trying to get the community up. We're trying to push
Yeah,
boxing,
that's
and
good, bro. Yeah,
I think that a lot of people don't realize that everyone else is trying to push boxing, and when they see it their way or they see it their way, you know what I mean? That's where the conflict comes in. But that's fun as long as it don't go too far. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I 100%
It keeps
agree.
it
Once
interesting,
again,
but at the same time, if you pushing boxing, I can't hate on you, man. If you got love for the sport, I like that because I can recall when this YouTube shit first started, man. It was so nice to go to a platform and people talk about boxing because you'd be out here in the world and nobody talking about boxing. So
right?
it was nice where you couldn't even find you had to find a magazine to find out the rankings. You had to go
Yeah,
look for that shit, man. And that was my fire. Like everybody in my neighborhood used to ask me when the fight was coming out. When the fight coming out? Because they know I was always looking. I was going to Rite Aid to check out the boxing ring when I was waiting for the bus.
right.
You know what I mean? I was reading the articles and shit. I'd get there early to knock the shit out to find out when Mike was fighting and shit like that. Like, you know, yeah.
You just
For
gave
real.
up your age too, dog.
I don't give a
Motherfucking
fuck.
Rite Aid.
Yo,
You gave
man,
it up.
hey, I'm
Right.
still 18, man. I could run 2 miles right now. I could do a lot of shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm
Take
with
care
you,
of
man.
myself. So
I'm with you.
I don't
I
even
can't
look.
wait.
I don't look my age, and
Me either, dog.
I
I'm
don't act my
45.
age either. So that's something I gotta work on. But you know, man, I don't know. I just I don't know. It's not about me. It's just about the sport. I just want to keep it on the sport, man.
Yeah,
And I'm happy that everyone else is pushing the sport. Like to me, one of my favorite channels outside of the UGC is it got to be motherfucking the Ring IQ. Love it.
Yeah,
I don't even get on the panel that much. I think I've only been on the panel twice, but I love this. I love his passion for the sport. I love that he's consistent. I love that he hits it at all different angles. He's intelligent. All those things. I'm myself and not as well spoken as he is, but my passion's the same. So I enjoy stuff like that. I connect to things like that. So shout out to Ring IQ because that's definitely one of my that's one of the dopest channels out there that can get you everything.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Julia's one of my favorite channels too.
yeah. Shout out to everybody on the grind that got a channel, and
Yeah,
you know, it makes it better when everybody got their own unique style. To be honest with you, it's like the rap game. If everybody got the same style, it's like so that's good that everybody because people that listen to the channel want if they don't like you, then they might like somebody else. So it's good for everybody to be unique, you know what I'm saying? And it does get intense though. These debates, you know what I'm saying?
right.
It does get intense, but at the end of the day, it's not really personal. I had to
Fuck
teach
you,
D a
Samuel.
couple lessons.
I'm
I
not
had
for
to
that
teach
straight
D a
up
couple
Billy ass,
lessons a couple times too, D.
He said,
man.
he said
I
Jaleel,
had to teach D a couple even last night I had to teach him a couple lessons, but
you
he
ain't
learned it
teaching
though. It
me
takes
shit,
time,
Jaleel.
man.
You ain't teaching shit. Jaleel, you like school on Sunday. No class. Nigga. No class.
Nah, it just be fun to me. I just like I said, I love boxing, so it just be fun. I don't take it really personal. But the thing that really gets you, sometimes to be honest with you, is the trolling. Though. I'm like, why people troll, especially when you let them on and they don't got to troll and you'll just let them on because we all know it's channels that you can't get on. Like they're not going to let you even get on and say nothing,
Yeah.
and then they sit there and troll you. That's kind of frustrating, bro. I'm like, why are you trolling, bro?
That's why you shouldn't run around like fucking H Money and MMA getting kicked off of every goddamn platform. They ain't got nowhere to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Them two niggas
you,
they must be neck and neck for getting kicked off of fucking platforms, H Money and MMA champ. So it's no wonder that they in bed together. You know what I mean?
I don't know much, you know, as for H Money, I don't know much about that. But MMA, I think he's a young kid. He's definitely interested in the sport. So shout out to him for being very opinionated on what he has to say. Maybe he can work on getting it out a little faster, and then maybe people would have him on the panel a little more, you know. But
Nah,
yeah,
he gotta grow up, man, and understand how to conduct himself around grown men, fam. It's the same thing that Justin Jr. 962, he had the same problem. Like these motherfuckers, 1-2 kid, I'm telling you, the first day you have to kick that dude off your panel, he gonna come back trolling you. Coming in on 80 different accounts, showing dick pics on your fucking because he gets out of control and you gotta kick him off. He just did it to Jalik last night. He got out of control. Jalik had to remove him. He started jumping on different. He got like 80 fucking emails, fam. Like this kid is he crazy as shit. Like, bro, that shit is nonsense.
as long as you got trolls, you know you're doing good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you got articulate trolls out here. You got blunt ass trolls. You know what I'm saying? Like the trolls got their own community out here. So I mean, but that's their little thing. You know, for as funny as some of them are, man, I would probably not even fuck with boxing anymore and just push that shit. Like they could really for as funny as some
put
of
their
them
energy
are, man,
into trolling.
they could put their energy into something different and
they be creative,
hilarious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. They be creative.
I think they wasted their talents on just trolling people. You know what I'm saying? Which kind of sucks, man. But it is what it is, though. But as long as you got trolls, you must be doing something right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
D, I think you lost your avatar, man. Y'all y'all coming in with them Dollar Tree avatars, man.
I got a different avatar?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, your avatar is blank.
It's blank. Blank Man Promotions.
That's StreamYard, fam. I don't know.
Oh, that's StreamYard. Oh yeah, it must have just happened. What's your thoughts on that fight this Saturday? Leo, because I missed his last fight. They was supposed to fight a couple months ago.
Fulton.
Dude from Philly, Steven Fulton. I seen Fulton fight before. I never seen Leo.
Fulton. I've seen Leo Angelo fights. I think Stephen Fulton's gonna beat him. Stephen Fulton's a really good boxer, man.
Nice.
I think he's too much of a and he's durable too. Like he's been hit, right? So I think Stephen Fulton's too much of a boxer. I got Stephen Fulton by split decision, maybe unanimous decision.
It should be a close fight. It's a very intriguing one.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that both styles, I think, are quite contrasting. Leo is a crafty front foot fighter, whereas Fulton is a crafty back foot fighter. You're going to see Leo trying to come forward. But I think the difference in this fight, I think the reason why I think Fulton will be able to pull this off is because, A, longer frame than Leo. Okay, Leo's looping. Leo won't be able to necessarily get as many looping shots and capitalize on Fulton when Fulton leans back and sometimes makes those defensive lapses. He's not going to be able to land as clean on him. And also, Leo is not the type to cut the ring off. But Fulton's also not one to necessarily retreat straight back in a straight line to the ropes. He'll actually go laterally. So that's, I think, a key factor in who I'm picking to win this fight. I'm edging out Stephen Fulton with the possibility of Leo winning. I really think it's the difference in this fight is who's going to work harder to whoever forces the other to work harder to win the fight is going to win. If Leo has to work harder to cut the ring off than it does for Fulton to be able to navigate the ring and keep him near the center, Stephen Fulton's going to win. But if Angelo Leo forces Stephen Fulton to work harder than he does in terms of cutting the ring off, forces Fulton to work harder in what he does, which is trying to navigate the ring and trying to move around the perimeter and get away from the center line, Leo's going to win. But I'm putting more faith in Fulton for this fight.
Yeah, me too, because of the footwork. And I agree with that's a great breakdown. That's a great breakdown at Tangible. And then when you factor in the footwork, that's why Stephen Fulton's going to be able to impose his game plan a little better. It's just my opinion because he has better footwork. But a great breakdown, bro. Great breakdown.
Since we talking about the boxing community coming in together, it's a couple of debates I want to see. This is I'm putting it out in the air. This is what chill, bro. This is friendly debates. I want to see Intangible versus IBT. That has to happen. I also want to see Lawrence Williams versus Mark Unrivaled Boxing. I want to see those two debates. Those are real good baits right there. So hopefully y'all can set it up one day. And,
I want to see Jalik and Al.
I want to do that. I go against anybody. Bro.
I want to see Jalik and Al Hefe.
I don't know, Jalik.
Now I want to see EJ Because EJ got you last night, bro. I want to see EJ versus
No,
D Jefferson.
okay,
EJ got
listen,
your ass last
everybody.
night.
I want everybody to, because Jalik and El Jefe love to lie, fam. So I want everybody to go to Jalik's live last night and listen to that shit. This motherfucker,
EJ got you
he's
last
talking about
night,
EJ.
bro.
Let me tell you, he said EJ got me, right? But I'm gonna just give y'all just a taste. He says that EJ got me, right? But I clearly, and Jalik knows this, I clearly show how he was being double standard. I clearly showed that.
No, I wasn't, bro. I'm just kidding
No,
with
but I
you, bro.
clearly showed how he was being double standard.
I've never done the span. I let you. I didn't say nothing. I don't.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about EJ. I clearly in that debate show how he was being double standard. So how does he win? How does he win, Jimmy?
Bro.
But no. And answer your question. How does he win when I show his double standard?
On some real fun. On some real fun shit. I do want to see. I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch, bro.
Yeah, I know. But you gonna answer the question? How does he win when I proved him to show double standard?
See, whenever I'm involved, I don't give my opinion because that shows.
You just gave your opinion. You just said he got me. So now you gave that opinion, but you don't want to get the other opinion.
No, I was joking. I was joking about that. He got you. I just want to see y'all debate again. I just want to see y'all debate because it was fun. That's all. It was just fun.
I want to debate him where somebody gonna mute him. And not just mute everybody else or tell everybody else to cool out.
No, I didn't. No. You got to go on blood boxing to see the corporate rules. You got to be able to fight outside of your comfort zone, D. It sounds like you only want to fight in front of your. Hold, D, not because you only want to debate in certain areas. Just like a boxer, you got to be able to travel overseas. You got to be able to fight with different ring sizes, different referees. You want everything to work in your favor.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's how debates is.
Hold on, Jalik.
You got to work in different scenarios, bro.
You're talking stupid because I don't know too many people, and I'm not even being cocky or anything, but I don't even know too many people who's around on more panels than myself. I don't know too many. I know that there are some, but hold on, Jalik. Let me finish.
Wait a minute, shout out to Logic for coming in. Wait a minute, I'm just saying, shout out to Logic for coming in with an avatar.
Yeah, my bad, Montu. I thought that was
you good. Go ahead, D.
But this is what I'm saying though. And everybody sees me on all of these different panels, debating and everything. So what Jalik is saying makes no sense. I'll be on the MXBC, Blood Boxing, Thunderdome, BDA. I'm already in a bunch of different arenas, different type of platforms debating. So what Jalik's saying is absolute nonsense. Absolute.
Yeah. To touch on Thunderdome, I went to his panel and he didn't let me on for some reason. Maybe he didn't see me. I don't know. But I was there for a minute and he ain't let me on the panel. So I don't know, man. Yo, Thunderdome.
Right, I'm always on Ant panel. And Jalik crazy as fuck.
Shout out to you. He used to let me on the panel, so maybe he ain't seen me, but I just want to make sure it's not personal.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I ain't gonna lie, I like to see a good debate. When it's like serious, I don't got time for that. But when it's like a good debate, that's cool. But that straight beef and that shit be going too far, bro. That shit be.
Yeah, I ain't beefing
I
with
got time for that. Yeah,
that's why I don't fuck with Ace Money no more. Cause all he want to do is come. You fuck you. That ain't debating, man. I don't fuck with the clown Ace Money. That's not a debate, fam. It's just a bunch of yelling with this fucking idiot.
Yeah,
shout out to EJ. I was a bit fiery with him on IOTBAs, but I had a lot going on. I probably shouldn't even have been on the live, but I just got off a really good live with Boxosaurus. Y'all need to go to subscribe to that dude. He be getting good interviews too. Okay.
Cool. I know.
Shout out to the Boxing Source, without a doubt.
Yeah, I really enjoy being on his panel. He's very unbiased. We don't always agree, but I like where his mind is. I like how he thinks.
Yeah,
and I'm the same way. So I enjoy that. So go ahead and show that man some love if y'all ain't already subbed.
Oh yeah, I'm sub. He knowing shit. I'm sub down.
For the culture, what other debates would y'all like to see for the YouTube culture? For the culture,
the truth.
Would y'all like to see?
The way I see it, like when it comes to debating on this platform, some debates are cool. If guys are legitimately interested in doing a debate where both guys are articulate, but in general, a lot of the debates on here are just fucking silly shit. And just people just debating their opinions and going back and forth and running around in circles. I'm not interested in a lot of this shit.
But what about you versus IBT? That'd be a good one, bro. Because y'all both like this. I would like to see that. I'll pay to go see that because y'all both like the smaller weights. Y'all historians. That'd be a classic.
Nah, they different, fam. You got them twisted.
No,
Hold on, Delete.
Bro, I said I want to see a debate.
No,
I'm not saying that they're the same.
Okay, that's fine. But can I talk? Can I talk though?
I said I wanted to see a debate, bro.
Okay, that's fine. Now, can I talk? Can I talk, Jalik? Is it okay with you?
Goddamn much, D. God damn.
Oh my God, Marvin. Come on with your hate now. Well, why don't you say something?
Dictate what that man say. Just let the man finish.
I wasn't dictating nothing. He stopped, and then I started talking. He said, "No." I said, "Okay, what did I say?"
I want to see a good. I said I want to see a good debate. I say they both good at this, and this. They're not the same person. I know.
Okay.
They're not the same. But I said I want to see a debate.
Well, what was I
want to see a debate?
Okay. Well, what was I getting ready to say?
You literally said what I said was like I was wrong. Like
no, I didn't say anything.
Go ahead,
I said about 3 words, and you start defending yourself.
AD, you hear this man calling you out right here.
Who called me out?
He wants to debate you, bro.
Yeah, he wants to debate
you. Boxing finesse trolling.
yeah. Hey, no, it's going down. It's going down.
That's
man.
my nigga, man. King of London in the building, bro. He just trolling, man.
Hey, he holding the. You heard it first on OTK. Your finesse is calling out D Jefferson.
I'm debating. I debate anybody.
He holding that London crown down right now. So he can't get on the live at the moment, but he wants that smoke.
Well, look, boxing debate. Boxing finesse. You know I will debate you, but I just want you to do me a favor. When you come to the live, you gotta put the Metro PCS away and make sure you get on your motherfucking laptop and stuff. Because every time Boxing Finesse that got on my live, it sound like Max Headroom and fucking Back to the Future.
Now, what was you gonna say, D? What was you gonna say, D?
I don't even remember. Myron came in with that dumb shit. Oh yeah, I remember. Where IBT and Intangible, because I'm always around these two kids, right? With them, I was just saying that they're kind of different because Intangible concentrates on the smaller weight and the history of the sport, and where IBT is more current. He's more about current issues, so they're kind of different.
I got you. They are different, but it was, I don't know if y'all heard it before. IBT versus Lawrence Williams had a debate on my channel, and it was fire actually, and it was real fire.
L-double beast.
Yeah, it was real good. And IBT know his history, bro. Like that's IBT know. I would like to see it. You know what I'm saying? I like to see it.
IBT got a lot of spreadsheets, fam. Trust me, I know that motherfucker got a spreadsheet.
Yeah, he knows boxing, bro. I ain't gonna. I be talking shit to him and Intangible. They be getting mad. Like Intangible snapped on me the other day, but I actually respect them, bro. I just talk my shit when I be talking boxing, man. People be taking it serious. I'll be talking shit.
Yeah, I don't think anybody means any disrespect when they confuse the two. You know what I mean? But shout out to them. That's just got to get annoying as fuck. Like, you know what I mean? I had D call me Angel a couple times, and I was like, "Yo, Angel literally on the panel with me, man."
They don't even sound the same. Yeah, they don't even sound the same. Yeah, they don't even sound the same.
I always used to mix them two names up, IBT and Tangible. I used to call them each other so much, they just didn't even fucking respond. They just start answering the question.
Yeah.
It
get to be there, but it's also good to know who you're talking to, and they putting in work on their channel. So you want to make sure that that's Intangible right there. And shout out to Intangible. My bad for calling you IBT for like the third time, because I thought I know the difference, but I'm like, damn it, I did it again. It's just like kind of like it's a trend.
Probably because it's two eyes too. It's two eyes in the name, so it's like. And maybe that's
and
what
they came around at the same time. They both
IBT came on. Intangible was doing this thing before IBT, I think, and then IBT came through and started doing it. And I helped IBT out a couple times, working on some things. And shout out to IBT for doing big things out here.
IBT knows shit, bro.
Yo, both of these kids. I don't mean to call y'all kids. I know y'all men, but they younger men. But they both sharp as fuck, man.
Right, but this is the next generation. I don't want Intangible to be giving up on shit already and not giving any energy. You've been talking to get the smoke too much. That motherfucker go, you know, he'll just argue a point just to bring it down, and I'm like, damn. And I like Get the Smoke too. I like GTS, but I'm like, man, damn, man, he as soon as he come on the panel, you know your shit gonna be long.
Intangible's pretty good.
Yo,
Intangible's pretty good because Intangible's not a glove noser. You just call it how you see it. And he's not trying to.
Tangible knows his
He's
thing
not
though,
trying
bro.
to should I say butter anybody's any particular
Yeah, he
side.
is,
He's
bro.
just trying to call it down the middle from his perspective.
Get
I
this
agree
Smoke
with
like
that.
he like to argue about anything. If you say your teeth are
I don't.
yellow, he'll say, no, they're not. They're actually white. And the
That'll
reason you
be a
think
good.
they're
Hey,
yellow
this
is because the sun is reflecting off of them.
know what I'm
You know what I
proposing?
mean? That motherfucker argue everything.
Know what I'm proposing? I got Intangible versus IBT in the main event, and I got D Jefferson versus Get the Smoke on the undercard.
Okay,
So
hold
which
on.
one?
When you mean IBT, you talk about unbiased boxing talk?
No. Immortal
Unbiased.
boxing.
Unbiased knows boxing too, but not unbiased,
Or
but IBT.
immortal boxing talk?
IBT boxing truth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unbiased changed his name anyway. He's King Unbiased now. It's not Unbiased.
King Unbiased, yeah.
If you want to be entertained and watch the longest debate ever, then you put MMA champ and Get the Smoke together. Because that shit's
But here's the thing, right? What would I debate on? What would the debate be about?
I don't know. I guess y'all would have to have something that y'all both disagree on. That's something, because you don't want to just debate too, you know?
All you gotta do is just Smoke. All you gotta do, Jalik, is just say we're gonna have a debate with IBT and Smoke, and get them on the same panel, and let IBT say anything, and Smoke's going to argue it.
Professor, man, yo, he be going at it too, bro. That'd be interesting, man.
Yo, I literally had to close the live down the moment that I got Get the Smoke to say, well, yeah, as soon as we agreed on something, I was like, good. All right, it's over. Like, this shit is going way too fucking long. I'm like, holy shit, because I wasn't budging, he wasn't budging, and then when we came to a mutual agreement, I was like, cool. I was like, fuck it, we done.
Man, me and Smoke debated for 5 hours and 22 minutes. I'll never forget it. Great.
Me and
Smoke.
He'll stop.
It becomes, after a while,
it's
not a debate no more. It becomes a freaking just an argument because neither one of you want to concede who made a good point or who not. Y'all just go back in circle. And that's the problem with the issue right now. Now, conversation is great. We want a conversation, but one side has to concede, okay, yo, that's a good point. I give you that. Okay, and then you probably go to the next joint. If, okay, you have topic to topic to topic. On one topic, nobody ever concedes who won that specific topic or debate. They just keep going in circle.
Yeah.
And
On
then
opinion.
it's you know what I mean? So nobody's going to concede. Let's say, okay, you know what? You got that topic of this debate. Let's go to the next topic. And then y'all go back and forth in that. Then the other guy, nobody's willing to say, okay, you won that topic. Now let's the third topic. You know what I mean? It's just motherfuckers keep going back and forth, and you don't probably.
That's the non-corporate, yeah. Everybody got their rules, bro.
It's just that's
hey,
what
I got to dip out right quick.
It's just
Myron.
an argument.
I did.
Real quick, guys, I got to dip out right quick. 1, 2, Kid, thank you for having me on.
No problem,
Peace
man.
out,
Bro.
Intangible, Jalik, Myron. Peace out, fellas.
Peace, D. You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm getting better every day, fam. Thanks for asking.
That's what's up.
All right.
But I see what you said, Myron. But everybody got different rules, you know.
It's no rules. That's the problem.
Everybody, yeah, and you know that's what makes it. That's what kind of make it fun in a sense. It's like you can do the corporate style or the non-corporate style. You know what I'm saying? We can make up our own rules.
But the thing is, it's not about being a corporate or non-corporate. It's about being ego or non-ego. That's what it is, bro. At the core, it's about ego or non-ego. Where your pride and ego let you say, okay, yo, he got a good point on that. You know, man, I ain't look at it from that way. And now I look at it from a broader perspective because he brought maybe different elements or variables into the conversation, into the debate that I didn't think of before. And you know what? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and concede that point or that debate or that particular topic of the debate. So no, you just have ego versus a fucking ego. And
Right,
that's what
right.
it is, because there's
Yeah,
no governing.
yeah. And I think it comes to the point where if you go into a debate with an open mind and you agree on certain points that someone makes, but they refuse to agree on anything that you have, and then they say, "Oh, I won the debate," and it's just like that's horseshit. Because you know what I mean, if you're not going into it open-minded, then you're not trying to learn nothing from it, and you close-minded in that sense. I see a lot of debates go that way, where somebody gives a little just to keep the debate going and to make points, and they're open-minded in it, and then someone else says, "See, you agreed to that. Oh, so I win." And it's like, but you're missing the point. When I get to that point, I always say, "Look, I'm just here pushing boxing." You know what I mean? That's
Right.
all I'm doing. I'm pushing
Remember the one
boxing.
time, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, you and I was on my stream,
Yeah.
and you was coming with some fucking darts. And I was like, and I think Troy Graham was on there too. And I was like, you was coming with darts like an ass. But we was going back and forth. And I'd be like, yo, that's a good point. You know what I mean?
Right,
But I could
right.
be a man here and admit that, you know what, I was just like, God damn, IBT coming this bitch was darts. I wasn't prepared tonight. I've been off my motherfucking game. I mean, not
Right.
IBT, my bad. 1-2 kid came in this bitch with some darts. I wasn't on my game. I better start paying more attention to the sport. I'm being sidetracked. But you was coming in raw. You was coming in good. And I made great points too. But you was
Right.
kicking ass that night. You know
Well,
what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
It's just about being a man and saying, you know what, that was some good shit.
it,
You know
that's
what I mean?
it. I think what it is though, Boxer Logic, Double M, is that basically it's, you know, if you're pushing the sport and somebody's bringing it up and saying something, it's really not a debate. We just making points about it. Like I don't go in there saying, you know, I try not to
conversation.
go in there. Yeah, we having a conversation about it.
True.
It's not a
Right,
debate
yeah,
when people are sitting there saying, "Oh, well, this is a debate," and oh, yo, he's
Yeah,
winning the
that's true.
debate. It's like
That's true.
I'm not debating. All I'm doing is talking boxing, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
I got this dude who looks at boxing this way. I look at it this way. We
Yeah.
agree on certain things. We disagree on other things. We make our points. You know, maybe coming out of it, I'll have a broader spectrum on what's going on. Maybe he'll have a broader spectrum. But some people don't have that open mind like you and I. You know what I mean? Some people just think like if you take we got Jalik the leader in here. He's abstract in the way that he looks at boxing. Completely abstract. I mean, this dude is like just took a hit of acid outlook on boxing. Like he just like completely outside of the box. You know what I mean? But that's a different way of looking at it. I don't knock him for that, but you know what I mean? It's just a different way of looking at it. He has an open mind to it in a different way. You know what I mean? He may not agree with what we agree with, but shit, who cares? You know, obviously we got Intangible in here. I'm not going to call him IBT again. You know what I mean? But you know, we got Intangible in here. He got his way that he looks at it. Just
Who's
okay.
Intangible? Where's Intangible at?
Tangible right there with the DJ mix, but he's not a DJ. He just went down and broke all that shit down.
He was on D's joint, maybe I don't know. It's like sometimes when it seemed like he was going against everybody. And I was like, I shout out Intangible, like, yeah, Myron, we need to get you on. I'm like, yeah, Intangible, you spitting that shit. And he was hitting on some hard ass shit from different angles. And I mean, on just this reality on wherever they was talking.
Yeah, Intangible got his own style though. He don't change up just because of who on the panel. I noticed that about him.
Facts.
I test him out to see if he do it. He won't do it too, and I respect that, you know.
Yes, exactly.
And I noticed that about him, so that's why I say that's why I respect him, you know, because he won't, you know what I'm saying, and he'll spit his shit back. So
you know what we got caught up in. You know what happened is that like even when back years ago when UGC was hot and a lot of motherfuckers came from the UGC live, and we got used to the nature of just a loud back
UGC
and forth.
Still hot.
Yeah, and arguing. Yeah, you know what I mean? But we got back to a loud, back and forth. Oh, he bodied him. All this dumbass shit.
Yeah.
What we got from the real essence of talking about like boxing, making good points. You know what I'm saying? Listen to what other guy has to say, because not all of us, nobody here knows has the complete, you know what I mean, outlook or correct outlook on the whole thing. We all have our piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
But when we see something that maybe one of the others didn't think of or calculate into what we're talking about. So that's why my channel is called Boxing Logics United.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And now sometimes I could be
Hey.
stubborn as hell without a motherfucking doubt and be like, yo. But at the end of the day, I go watch my own lives like, yo, that dude made some good points. You know what I mean? I need to, come correct on him the next time. That dude makes some great points. You get whipped up into this thing called YouTube because it's you. Sometimes you think everything revolves
Yeah,
around you.
Yeah.
And
that's
it
true.
fucks with you psychologically. And if you're not going to be able to step yourself back and really look at it subjectively, look at yourself, then you ain't gonna never be able to recognize that. And that's why, I can come on here. I wanted to come on this live and say that to 1-2 Kid about the live he was on last time. And I looked at it again like 1-2 Kid was coming with some hard ass shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and show respect to him on that joint because I think he got me that night.
Yeah. Well, yo, between us, I don't think it was a debate. Like I still don't look at it as a
Yeah,
debate.
everything ain't a debate. Yeah, everything ain't a debate
okay,
though.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not looking at it from the debate. I just think the conversation maybe that night you brought in some good, more valuable points that I did.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If that's the way you feel about it, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
but
and
you
you
had
might have
some. You
stole
had
it from
some
me.
super valuable. Yeah, you had some valuable points too. So
yeah,
it
but
is
that's
what
just
it is.
me. That's what the boxing community needs to become. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being a man has no issue. A true man has no issue of giving props to another man for good conversation.
Yeah. Once you stop, learning, you stop living.
There you go.
You closing
That's
your
true.
mind off. You closing your mind off to the world. You know what I mean? And new and broader spectrum. So yeah, I totally get that, man. And that's why I usually have an open panel. You know what I mean? Sometimes
Yeah.
you get the people come in, they just be on some bullshit, and it's just like, yeah, man. I try to let it go, but occasionally I just be like, yeah, I can't do it no more.
And one
You
of
know?
the great things, like I said, we got caught up with the loud, and I don't mean to but a lot of things I've been holding a lot of things in, and I've been sometimes coming wild and shit on some other lies and everything. But getting the pure pugilism mindset I go into, when we go into that, when the joints becomes like the yelling or just like, oh, he bodied you and all that, if you notice those type of lives don't get the quite response as far as the viewership and the interaction as maybe some bigger channels, some people who do it, will have more people in their lives, I should say, like maybe get 2 or 3 or 400 because the quality of listening isn't good.
I see
I
a lot
agree.
of. I don't know,
So it
man.
depends.
I see a lot of big channels pump faking and being one way here and one way there.
Yeah,
You
they
know
may
what
be
I'm saying?
one way, but I'm saying the interaction amongst the people on the panel, I'm saying, it
Right.
still should be
I
good
agree.
for the listener. When you got
You're
all
right.
he
That's true.
bodied you and all that, if you notice that, and I've been watching this for sometimes those channels, those lives don't grow as fast. Those
Right.
channels don't
I
grow
see
as fast.
exactly what you mean because you can't. Because when 2 or 3 people is talking at the same time, you actually can't even hear. When
Absolutely.
the person on the other side, they actually can't even hear you. So that's the challenging thing too. But it's
Yeah.
also like, yeah, you can't hear, and people just get excited. So that's some of the challenges. But that's a good point you brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
get
'Cause
it. You're not getting to a point. Like you're not
correct.
getting to
Hmm.
right because
Exactly.
what it turns into is an ego battle. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
That's what I was
I,
saying
I
earlier.
completely get that. I get
Yeah,
that.
man.
But I mean, but some people like that, and
yeah. It's like, yep.
some people dig that stuff. Me
True.
myself, I'm not into it. Occasionally I get caught up in it. I find myself getting caught up into it. But because people are passionate about what they believe in certain things. And but the fact that you putting that energy out there to give that type of energy, you know what I mean, for your passion. I mean, I can't knock anybody for how they feel about anything. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
If
No
you
doubt.
voicing your opinion, you voicing your opinion. Not everybody's opinion gonna be the same. And occasionally, when those opinions are people are over opinionated, they do, quote unquote, wind up getting bodied because their ego is bigger than the conversation. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
that
Now, the only thing is that doing good for, and that's where it gets to and that's you just hit on a great note. It becomes the ego, and so it becomes from a boxing channel, the guys on the panel's ego, or they're defending themselves instead of us converting the energy we have for the sport into talking about the boxers and the sport themselves. You know what I mean? And so when it gets to like that, are we doing good for the sport of boxing, or are we just doing good for our own ego?
I think there's two different ways of looking at it, because at the end of the day, depending on the channel and the person, what if they're really passionate about it, and even their ego getting caught up in it, but at the end of the day, what exactly are they pushing? What is that at the end of the day? What is it that they want? And that might be good for boxing, and that might be why they want to stay on that, because they don't want certain people, they don't want to see this. They may feel that may be the fall of the sport. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's something that I do sometimes. I get passionate when I talk about, undisputed or guys getting shots and other guys aren't getting shots. You know what I mean?
Do too.
I get it where I feel my ego, it slides in. I don't even see it. I don't even feel it. And it's just like, fuck that. True. Nah, man, I've been in Occasionally I do that. I'm working on it, but hey, man, that's what being human is about, man. We're not robots. So certain people do it, but if people are only doing that, then you know what it is. If they only just pushing ego and they ain't really got nothing, no content really, or anything, any real subject to push other than just for controversy, then yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I agree, because that's the as a channel, of course, we all want our views to be there, but what are you going to do? Are you just going to troll to get views? Are you just going to start trouble to get views? So that's everybody is faced with those questions of what are you actually going to do to get the views? Are you going, so it's a lot of different factors that different people use to get those views, but it's always going to be different, because some people just like certain things. Some people like to trash talking and just having fun and different things like that, and still have a little bit of guided, and then so everybody got what they like, because I'm sure the lot of people that have more say guided conversations, I'm sure they be listening to other channels where they talk trash. You know what I mean? And I'm sure the boxers themselves listen to both, because the boxers be listening to the channels too. So I'm sure they listen to a combination of both.
I don't know what they listen to, and I don't know what these other YouTubers are listening to, and I don't know, and I ain't trying to tell everybody. You know what I mean? I don't know what they doing. I'm not trying to tell my chat this is what they doing and this is what they like. I try not to really, even when I have drama with another channel, and we're debating back and forth, and they putting out videos and I'm putting out videos. I don't keep my shits up. You know why? Because I'm not trying to get up on them. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
I notice a lot of people do that. They come to the hottest lives and they just come on. They don't even care what they talk about. Whether I agree that it's a really hot live or not, if the numbers is up, that's where these trolls going to show up at. And that's where they're going to counteract whatever it is that you're talking about. You know what I mean? That's just what people do. And I don't like it, but unfortunately it exists. So, I mean, if you like that on your channel on a regular basis, hey, man, more power to you. If that's how you getting it up, hey, good for you. Do what you're doing. But over here, I don't do that shit,
But yo, what was y'all talking about? What's up with the boxing?
Oh, we talking about the undisputed, man. Like, is boxing trying to kill undisputed? In so many words, like what you're seeing is the politics are getting in the way of everything, and the fighters are thrown in the front line, but the people really responsible for it aren't taking any heat. The Suleimans ain't really getting the heat that they supposed to be getting, or the sanctioning bodies ain't getting the heat. The promoters, the networks, they not getting the heat. What you got is people just side with the fighters and knock another fighter for doing what he's supposed to do because this fighter doing what he's supposed to do. It's like, why are you knocking the fighter? Because they going in there and doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Examples.
Well, when you take Suleiman, for instance, as soon as we almost got undisputed at 160, boom, here comes this magical, title, this franchise title. We were gonna get a step towards undisputed with Devin Haney and Lomachenko. This magic title comes in. Now it changes. There's no consistency. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, yeah, I talked about this quite a bit.
Right. With,
As far
you
as
know,
the WBC.
and not only that, like you got, Usyk, I want my shot. Wilder, I want my shot. Like, let them go undisputed and then get your shot. And what I think it is why these sanctioning bodies is going about it the way they're doing is because they don't want to be attached to other belts. They want to be the belt. You know what I mean? They want the more sanctioning fees. They don't want these guys to get all these belts together because they want to milk the system, basically. They want to be the belt instead of
and that's exactly what the WBC and Mark Suleiman has been trying to do. He's a clout chaser. The WBC is the biggest clout chasing boxing governing body out there.
Yeah, he's that's sad. I can't even take him serious now on the interviews. I just can't. I just turn it off. Can't believe nothing he says.
Whoever's
It's just like
WBC wants to be seen. That's their way of trying to keep their relevance.
That's true, and that's why he slapped 2 belts on Roy Jones and Mike Tyson. He was right there. Look at my brand. Look at my brand.
That's
why he said, "Hey, you undisputed. You got all 4 belts. It's right on my thumbnail. There's fucking Bud Crawford with it WBC shirt on because he going, hey, put this shirt on. I'll pay you to put. Well, you're gonna have to pay me, but it's like I'm attaching everything to my brand. So he coming at it a business perspective, but he's not taking no heat for these fighters that are paying him sanctioning fees that are taking the heat for getting in there and scrapping with top-notch guys like Teofimo. Where the fuck is Suleiman? Where's he to say, no, it's my fault? But he's just saying, you're the champ. And he's telling Haney, you the champ too. Everybody's the champ, baby. Give me your money.
When you're doing what WBC is doing, you have to try to do everything to appease everybody because he wants to be seen on everybody. So he's doing everything to try to appease everybody. And at the same time, he's a walking contradiction.
Right, but it's bad when the sanctioning bodies don't even recognize and they beefing. Because now how you gonna get undisputed?
Hey, 1, 2.
What up?
I was sitting here thinking, man. I wonder if Mauricio Suleiman can order Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney, since they both partially own a percentage of the WBC strap.
Oh, he could order it, but will he?
That'd be crazy,
he make
right?
more money.
Both as champions. And champions will never be mandated to fight each other. How often is a regular and a super champion ever ordered to fight each other?
But you know what I'm saying, but just to totally, remove all doubt. Like, you know what? Let me order this. Since y'all both, you think you undisputed, and Devin Haney for he's such a, hey, let me order this, man. Devin versus
why? You know why?
I think that'd be the best move too.
Right, but you know why he won't? Because then it's 1 belt again.
Yeah,
that's less section of fees,
and that's less money. Yep. So why would you see this?
But one of the most lucrative fighters in boxing right now, Canelo Alvarez. I mean, he back regular WBC champ 68.
He want to make all these belts so that he can have an undisputed WBC champion. That's what he's doing. I said this, didn't I not say this shit last year? Black, I was like, he wants a WBC undisputed WBC champion. Undisputed just in the WBC. I got the franchise, regular.
Let me answer Black Horse's question. I mean, I'll give you another perspective. My apologies to interrupt. Look, the reason why he wouldn't mandate that fight, and Black Horse been right, he should mandate it. But the reason he will not mandate it is because wherever Devin Haney go, then the WBC would be, promoted, correct? Wherever Teofimo go, at the same time, the WBC is being promoted. That means you have a WBC belt in the same division, a WBC belt that Top Rank is controlling, and then you got a WBC belt that the Zone is controlling.
I got 2 belts in 2 different neighborhoods.
Yeah, so that's double marketing. Now,
Yeah, exactly.
if he mandated that fight, that means now it's only one belt or both belts around one fighter, and that's less promotion for the WBC. That's how Suleiman thinks, bro.
Yeah, unless he be like he hits him
Makes
up and
sense,
says
right?
you got
It's
to pay
logic. That's
sanction
what
and
he
fees
does.
on both belts.
Yeah, from business aspect, yeah.
He wants to get seen. He wants to be seen the most.
Yeah,
He wants visibility is the most important thing to Mauricio and the WBC. Visibility. As long as
Yeah.
the fans see my belt. That's marketing and branding and promotion. As long as many of these fighters is around.
That's all it is, man. Yep. And it's crazy. I remember when this fool gave Honey Nagia a WBC belt, and he was the WBO champ. I'm like, why are you giving this man a WBC belt for?
Why they
Like,
accept it? That's the thing. I don't get why the boxers accept it, bro.
why?
I'm like,
I remember
yeah,
It
stop.
can elevate
Paco,
their rankings.
I
Yeah,
remember
where
the
they
WBO
can
president
go.
Paco, whatever his name is, he was complaining about that shit. Like, can you tell this man stop sending his belts over here? This is a WBO sanctioned bout. Why he keep throwing his WBC belts into the equation?
And
Get that
that's
shit out of here.
and Black. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Is that's why we need to get to the root as to dealing with the branches, because once the fighter is going to say, "Oh, you're going to give me a big status and a big name, a big lucrative fight, and I don't have to fight Mandos." Okay, you know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, bro.
So that's what I'm trying to say is he's telling everybody they're the champ, like he pimping them all out. You know?
It's sad too. Yeah, it's just sad, bro.
I'm just saying, man, just call it for what it is, man. I mean, I see what it is. I think everybody on the panel sees what it is. It's just about money, and that's all they're doing. But what I'm trying to say is it's slowly killing the sport, because, you know, if you got it spread all over the place, you know what I'm saying? Then
It's less valuable.
Yes. It's like the American dollar, man. It's like, oh, I got
everybody have a belt.
What's it worth?
And
You know?
everybody
And
in
the
the
fighters
chat, in the comment section, what y'all think about what we're talking about on the panel? And hit the like
because
button.
They love this shit.
They
It's a
think
fire
they're
ass
champ.
topic, man, today. For
They
real.
think they a champion. Though. I like Ugas, but bro, you ain't the champion, bro. You call yourself champion, bro. That don't. You're not the champion, man.
But you know what?
Pacquiao the champion.
Hey, Lee, you know why I respect Ugas though? Like, he went the IBF route. He was unsuccessful. We know what happened with the Aerospin shit. He went the WBC route, unsuccessful, even though it's kind of controversial with the Sean Porter shit. Now he going the WBA route. It's like, when you don't succeed, try again, man. Jump to the next one.
Yeah.
You know, now as far as, you know, them elevating him, you know, that's some other shit. But, you know, like same thing with what's the dude, Derevyanchenko. The motherfucker went the IBF route, failed. He went the WBC route, failed. Hey, go to WBO route. Go after the Andrade. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's true.
Keep moving.
It just gets so you can't be mad when people make fights. I mean, Justin Bieber versus Tank ain't gonna be for. Will that be for a belt? That won't be for a belt. That'd be for
the social media belt, bro.
Yeah,
Bieber
but I bet you they come out with some fake belt. They'll come out with something and say it was for an interim belt or something. I'm like, come on, bro, just chill out, bro.
No. He's gonna come out with some strap to it.
Yeah.
You said Justin Bieber versus Tank. What are you talking about, guy?
Ryan.
Justin Bieber is Ryan Garcia. Justin Bieber is Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, we caught on. Shout out to Jaleel. He called him Blake Bieber now, so we understand what he's talking about.
He got the Bieber.
I call him Ricky Martin. I thought.
Yeah, he got that effect on the people, so he's definitely. He's definitely.
I call him Ryan Gump or Forrest Garcia, nigga. Goddamn Ryan Gump, nigga. Run, nigga, run. The motherfucker running from the Haney work. But that's a different topic.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ryan versus Haney. Who y'all guys? Tell me. Break it down.
I don't know. That's a.
Hey, you know what's the crazy about that boxing logics is that a lot of people don't even like to have a conversation where you're pairing Devin Haney with any of the top names at 135. They don't even like to discuss it, man.
Why not?
Good question. I mean, they don't even want to consider him a champ. Don't even want him to be considered, you know, in a conversation with a top guy, because they say, you know, he's unproven, which he's unproven, of course, we know that. But he has a belt.
But Ryan was unproven just because he get one win over freaking Luke Campbell. Now all of a sudden he is complete.
Well, he got
it washes up everything in the resume before.
I'll
I
put
mean,
it
Campbell was better. Go ahead.
if he feels he's unproven, then why don't he just go snatch that WBC belt? I mean, his ranking is
Yes.
here.
Yes.
You
To
know,
us,
He's a
it's simple.
mandated person, man.
this dude's a
That's
straight
what I
bum.
think
He
needs
don't
to
even
be
belong in
mandated.
the same conversation. It's like, yeah, but he got a real title. How you like?
Correct.
Oh no,
Real
it's a
title.
female belt. Oh, okay, but is it?
I thought, my
It's like,
personal opinion, and
When Loma had it, it was real. When Devin got it, it turned fake all of a sudden. It's tarnished.
and
Right,
that's where you go
right.
back to the root of the problem. It's all
Mhm.
on it. Then it goes from fighter to fighter. Well, Ryan, this no, no, he belongs here, and no, he should fight this guy, and this guy should, and this dude don't belong in it. Now you start knocking the other fighters when it's just Suleiman.
Suleiman, dog.
Yeah, that's what it is. So why not? Why not have Ryan and my man get in there and scrap it up for that WBC belt? I mean, that's what Ryan's ranking is. Why is he going the WBC way if he don't
Exactly.
want that
Facts,
WBC
dog.
part? You know,
He wants to pick. He wants Tank. He told. What I
Crazy.
didn't like is what I heard. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, that Ryan Garcia told. I made a video. I said that in the video. Ryan Garcia telling Devin Haney to go after freaking Teofimo, and why he go after Tank. Well, I'm just like, you asking you asking Devin Haney to take the tougher job, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's all
I mean,
posturing. That's all posturing in the media, but it's all about leveraging, posturing, and it's like trash talking. It's a combination of
but that's
all
where the
types of
fans.
stuff.
That's where the fans always go to, though. They gotta knock. They gotta knock
Yeah,
Haney
it's
to give
crazy.
Ryan props. They gotta knock Ryan to give Haney props. And it's like, nah, you ain't
Yeah,
gotta knock
yeah,
either one of them
yeah.
young kids. What you need to do is knock the motherfucker that's fucking the game up, because
True.
Yeah,
he got
yeah.
these lucrative fights, and then the fighters are like, fuck the titles. I don't even need this title. I don't need that title. That's what
True.
you're doing, and they not realizing they paying sanctioning fees to bitch about these belts. Think about it. It's
I
like,
was
come
I
on,
was
man.
I was on the live the other day. I forget which one it was. We was talking about just them not having belts, period, or just have one. What you can do for the sport is like one belt per division or something. I forget what it was talking
like
about, but
UFC shit,
that'd
MMA
be
shit.
nice.
And that's why they got
Yeah,
disputed. Because basically you are
that'd
the
be
lineal
fire.
champion. You got that. That's what Tyson Fury was talking about. I'm lineal. I'm the lineal champ. So if all these belts, your belt no longer carries much merit once this dude got all four of them.
Right. Which was BS.
Now it's the fighters bigger than the belt.
Because Joshua was the lineal champion. I did a video over a year ago.
They can't
Exactly
have that.
breaking down the facts of that. And he had the WBA and he had two other. The same was okay, Joshua had the exact same belts that Fury gave up, that, should I say, my apologies, that went from Klitschko, who was considered the lineal, that went to Fury, and then they ended up becoming all Joshua. So how was those two guys lineal with just 3 of the 4, but Joshua's not lineal with 3 of the 4? And you're holding the oldest one, which is the WBA.
The dilemma is that, Fury never
BS.
lost. So that's where the debate comes in. He never lost.
But then if that's the case, but neither did Lennox Lewis when he gave him up.
So that would be
Well,
Lennox is still, you know what I mean? But he retired. See what I'm saying? Fury's still active.
But I'm saying, true. But
If you retire, a lineage is broken.
When they made Vladimir Klitschko the lineal champion, he didn't beat whoever was a lineal champion before. And he wasn't undisputed. But he was a lineal. So
he fought the number 2 guy. Well, he fought the
that's
number
the
2
rule,
guy
right?
who was eligible for him to become lineal,
So this is
which was Ruslan Chagayev. Because even though Vitaly Klitschko was active, they do leave exclusions for ring titles.
It's called a box off.
So real quick.
And guess what? It was a box off. And Joshua did the same thing when he beat Vladimir Klitschko. It was a box off for the WBA. I did the entire breakdown with the history and who they fought and all this. I just can't remember it because there's so much shit. But it's called if there's not a undisputed, then they do a box off for it, and that's dealing with the rankings. And at that moment, when Joshua fought Klitschko, he was in the rankings okay, to pick up the lineal again when they fought for that belt. So it was a box off, and that's where it picked back up. But now they just use politics. They use lineal. They brought in lineal for Tyson Fury to big up the fight, to make it something that they could hold against Deontay Wilder. You feel me? So they have to promote the fight as much as they can. That's the politics. So all of a sudden now they're going to rechange what was lineal and say, okay, now Fury was the lineal and everything, and use that just to hype the fight up. So that's where it's no governing body in the sport, and they needed they broke the rules just for a hype up of the sport. You know what I mean? But Tyson was not the lineal. I mean, Fury was not the lineal no more. If you lose the joint, then you lose the lineal title. Right? It don't matter if nobody beat him. You lost all the belts. So it breaks right then and there. Who cares?
So that is it. So you basically saying just because your record don't say it, it's still a loss because you lost them belts. So
you lost all the belts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you freaking lost it in the ring or not. You lost the belts. So the lineal is then broken because there's too many times in history where the man didn't beat the man. Go down the lineal freaking list of heavyweights. The man didn't beat the last dude. I mean, it's so many cases where the man didn't beat the last one to become the lineal. Okay, here's a point. Well, then maybe not. Well, something came to my mind real quick, and I think it was a break off. I think it's between Holyfield and somebody else. How Holyfield became the lineal again, but he didn't beat Riddick Bowe to do it. It was something else. I don't know. I got to go back and do the research again. But it's too many times in history where that was the case, and so it's not about man beating a man all the time. They brought that up. It was Fury who used that because Fury's an excellent marketer and promoter. He used that to his advantage because he's a historian as well to use as a build up for that fight to build himself back up.
Hey, real quick, 1-2. I know you was talking about debates a little earlier before I jumped on. Tony already acting up, man. So I think he won't smoke.
Who?
Tony Reviews in the live chat. It's been kind of shout out to Tony, but man. It's been kind of getting heated out here in these debate rings with Tony. Straight up.
Hey 1-2. I gotta go. Shout out to 1-2. Shout out to Myron. Shout out to UGC. Everybody that came on. Shout out to Intangible. Hopefully you can make that debate with IBT. That'll be a classic. And shout out to the everything in the chat.
Shout out to my nigga Lee. Hey, what's your thing, man? Shout out to the who, because we know you got your movement. Who do we shout out, man?
Shout out to the free thinkers and the trendsetters.
All day. Shout out to Jalik, free thinkers and trendsetters all around the world, worldwide.
That was a great panel, man. Yeah, shout out to everybody, and hopefully they can get some nice, friendly debates on. And me and Black Horses, we still debating in 2019, but Charlo smoked out your boy Tony Harrison, but so we didn't get a chance to debate that one. So
that was
it's all good.
I'm glad shit went the way it went, because I dodged a smooth bullet with that.
Yeah, it's all good though. Peace out though, bro.
All right. Man.
See y'all. All right.
Yep. Shout out to Jalik and D Jefferson.
No doubt. And hey,
to get their avatar.
Shout out to AOBZ. That's not a theory, dude. If you go do your research, and I have a whole video that I'm going to share to the community again, how if the video is called Anthony Joshua is actually the lineal title. It was something like that. The lineal champion is Anthony Joshua. That's the title.
I'm watching, bro.
And I did that joke a long time ago, and it completely broke exactly down with the facts and who they fought, the names and everything, and just completely proved the freaking, it's not a theory, it's a theorem. And that's a good So
can I ask you a question real quick? Boxing Logic.
Yo,
can I ask you a question real quick?
Always. What's up?
I was observing your avatar, man. What is Muhammad Ali? What message was he sending with that avatar right there?
From my perspective, they say he talked too much. Remember back in he was that age, he was young, brash.
Oh, okay.
They said that's when they didn't like Muhammad. I mean, that was Cassius Clay there. My apologies.
Right.
That's where they didn't like him. You know what I mean? I'm too pretty. You know what I mean? He's like, remember he was in the ring and he was like,
And
"All
then they
right,
use
guy."
white tape.
After he just beats. Liston. He was like, "All right, shut up, let me talk." Like, no, you shut up. You listen to me now. Remember that whole interview and all that. And so he was outspoken, loud, and brash, and that's why many of the people didn't like him back in the day. Remember, they was supporting Patterson. They like Liston more. Nobody, the boxing world did not like or Cassius Clay at all.
He was the
The
most.
media.
Yeah, he was the most hated
He
because
was the most hated. He was a rebel.
yeah, he wasn't humble.
That was all among that time when they put the tape on his mouth and locked it. You feel me? Because like y'all don't want to hear me speak. And look how eventually
How he passed. Right.
Yeah, he became a
mute,
talking about
nigga,
civil
damn.
rights. He spoke his mind. I mean, some of the interviews Ali did back in the day, damn some money. You know what I mean? When it was talking and calling out, talking about racism and talking about that, it was like, damn, shut this nigga up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
That's why when people compare themselves to the likes of Muhammad Ali, it's like you ain't no comparison, man. This man was dealing with things that you couldn't even fathom.
That's
You know what I
why
mean? In the ring, outside of the ring, and didn't falter in any way, shape, or form, or fold, or bend. You know what I mean? This man was doing things, and he had an entire nation to take care of. That's why he wouldn't lose. That's why you had to practically kill this dude in the ring.
Yeah, and they didn't never allow. Back then, of course, they didn't have. He was the brash, the loudest, and a good-looking dude. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, he sold the hell out of fights, but he also used his mouth to sell the freaking fights.
Yep.
That was a part of it. But the double-edged sword was that he will also speak his mind in the political world at the time as well.
A true trendsetter.
Yeah. So
he
you had
brought
to
promotion to the game.
He promoted. That's why they call him the great.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up one too. Like the real first promoter, like fighter promoter, like on that level though, like self promoter on a whole different status.
It was another one before him though. That was Jack Johnson.
Well, but Jack Johnson was doing it cold though. Jack Johnson was cold with his shit.
That's the thing, and so
yeah, I gotta go back and check him.
Yeah, go. But that's why. Remember, if you watch old Muhammad Ali, go watch the Jack Johnson joint that was the documentary. And Muhammad Ali, this is before Muhammad Ali, before he was born. And Muhammad Ali said, "God damn," he's like, and he came out watching the movie of Jack Johnson and everything when it came out. He said, "You know what? It wasn't before he was born, but he was a child." He like, you know what? This guy was me. You know what I'm saying? He like. So you recognize like Jack Johnson was in a different era. Muhammad Ali came. Technology changed because only three things change, you know, in our lifetime, and that is technology. Then changes the language and then landscape. Technology, language, landscape. So before Muhammad Ali was Jack Johnson, who did, and he went against the barriers. He went across the rules, dealing with all the white women he was doing and openly. You know what I mean? So he went against the freaking code. Then Muhammad Ali in his era went against the freaking code. But it's more cameras and everything. Technology has expanded. The media has expanded. So now it's more camera on him and all this. And then, you know, and you keep have that person of every era or every generation or every other generation that really just like.
So speaking of generation, is there an Ali in this generation, or we're not gonna ever see that again?
Yeah,
like it don't matter what race it is. Somebody who's that strong and really just because, like they say, people's champ. Like Ali was a real people's champ. So
believe it or not, though, and somebody disagree, but the thing is, the ability to censor and control what we see on the media is so much stronger now. See, it wasn't as strong to do that back in the Ali day. They did it, but in that time, me who like study history, like studying the history. Ali was so everywhere, and he would never let you escape from him, you know, making this point wherever it is. And then he had also his close tie with Howard Cosell, who was a Jew, who was one of the top mega giants in the media world at that time, helped him, you know what I mean, be that iconic person. Howard Cosell had a lot to do with Ali's success. You feel me? A lot of people don't connect that. But I think, believe it or not, and some people might not agree, but Floyd Mayweather is that. But the thing is, they've been able to contort, they're able to control, and you know what? And let me give you an example in another sport.
But how it revolutionary wise, like Ali changed the game up, bro. He stood up for shit. You know what I mean? The nigga, like he stood up to the damn government. Like, bro, I ain't
But I
going
think,
nowhere. I'm not
but
fighting for y'all. Fuck y'all. Like,
but
and he
but
got
yeah, he stood
shut
up
out
for
of
the
boxing
government.
for years, bro.
He did, but they did the same thing. I think in two different avenues. Ali was in an area where you had Martin Luther King, you had Malcolm X, and the
Malcolm
things that
X,
was
yeah.
going on, he couldn't avoid it. Now in our era, I think Mayweather, he didn't stand against politics, but Mayweather went against the game and the powers that be in boxing.
Politics of boxing, like, and just did his own.
Yes,
Took it over.
he
Yeah.
revolutionized and changed boxing in the avenue just within the sport.
So
Muhammad
what
Ali,
motherfuckers trying to do just
didn't
like
do
him,
that.
shit.
I get where y'all going with it, but ain't nobody in this modern era's life being threatened like Muhammad Ali's was. So
No, because
you know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
it's
why
no,
different
but
I'm
what I'm
with you
trying
era.
to
though. I
say
got
is,
the
I'm not
Ali.
saying,
but the point
yeah,
that I'm
I don't
saying
think
is,
there'll ever be a
this
but
dude was ready to risk it all
but I'm
for
saying
what he believed in.
it's two different like
Right,
arguments.
eras. Right.
We
I'm
see your
just talking
point though,
about,
boxing logic, but
Yeah,
I see
I
what you
see
were
it.
saying. Like I agree with him. Like
yeah, I'm
Ali is
not,
a different
they're two
level.
different ways they went attacking in two different things. That's what I say they're two different avenues. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
And you know what?
That
And
was
this is how I
politics.
set them apart real quick. This is how I set them apart. Because like you stated one too, Ali was willing to lose it all. All. It wasn't he don't care about them. He like it's he gonna stand for something. I mean, Floyd, come on, man. All
He
he is
did, but
about it's
leaving
different.
Bob Arum, he was willing to
He ain't
lose it
gonna
all.
leave it all. Floyd, he need his bread.
He
He
was
can't. He
willing
ain't
to
gonna.
lose it all. He left Top Rank. Keep this
He
in
bet
mind.
on himself. That's what logic is saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's willing to lose it all. If you believe in himself, he knew what he was. The thing is, look, he was. Let's be real. Was Floyd Mayweather adored by the entire world to do what he did, like Oscar De La Hoya when he did what he did first?
Not
Hold
at
on, you
all.
said something about
No,
adored by
he
the whole
wasn't.
world.
Oscar De La Hoya was the golden boy. He was like the Mexican Sugar Ray Leonard. And Sugar Ray Leonard did the joint, but he was beloved by everybody. You feel
So
me?
speaking of
Especially
that,
the media.
boxing. Speaking of that, when it's all said and done, right? Is people gonna love Ali more or Mayweather more?
No, they're
What you
gonna,
think?
because it's different things. It's like
I'm
um
just saying, dog.
no,
I'm
I'm
just
about to
saying.
answer your
When it's all
question.
said and done, who
When
gonna
you
have more love?
I'm about to answer your question. What type of love are you talking about then?
I mean, just like man,
Are you talking
Ali.
about the
When
love
you
of
looking like,
civil rights
look,
movement, that type of love and everything they talk about? Because
I'm gonna
that's a
just put it
totally
like
different
this:
love. It's a
Ali
totally different
affected
love.
the world so different than a Mayweather.
Excuse
Like
me.
it's a global thing. It's like when you think about Ali, you think about it's something that come with that. I'm the greatest.
Okay,
I can do
okay, then
whatever I want.
we have
I'm
to
a
ask it.
champ. Like it's a different, you feel me?
Yeah,
Different
of course,
perspective when you're
because
looking at
who
Ali and
controls?
looking at Floyd
Let me ask you a question then. Who
on the
controls?
historical.
Who controls? Who? I mean, if the media controls our perception of people in many ways, then who
Yeah.
controls how much who we adore the most?
No, I'm just talking about
No,
just
I'm asking.
people.
No. I'm just saying. I'm trying to. I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm asking you. Just you then. Fuck what other people think. You. When it's all
No,
said and done, you think that Ali's is Floyd gonna mean more to you
no. The question
than
is
Ali?
no. The question is no because the media, but the media can control who we see the most, our access to people, and who we love. The media controls that to a
So
degree.
who love they people more, Mayweather or Ali?
Who love their people more?
Yeah.
That's an impossible question to ask, bro, because I'm not in either one of those minds.
All right.
That's so impossible to ask.
All
And
right.
it's
I mean, I'm
not
saying your opinion. In your
no, I
opinion,
am.
based
I
on what
am.
you've seen
I can't
and with
say.
the actions
That's
of both,
impossible
you
to
should
know
just
because
have your own opinion.
I'm trying to if you're going,
Uh,
okay, let me answer the question though, Black. That's impossible to answer because I'm not in Floyd Mayweather's mind to say he don't love his people more than Ali. Who am I to say that? And I'm not in that man's mind. That's not a fair question. And you can't really ask nobody that question who don't know either one of those men. That's not a fair question, bro.
all right,
It's
bro.
not logical
So
for
I just
how can
I
you
brought it
ask
to you though. I'm saying like
okay,
your
so
own personal.
okay, but bro, okay, so that's like okay, so in that case, that's like me asking you, um, yo, who do Black Horsemen love? If somebody asks me, yo, who do Black Horsemen love the most? His mama or his grandmama?
No, that's not. I'm not talking about family. I'm talking about this is just icon people who done something for
Yeah,
the
but no,
world.
I'm
Like
using a relative. I'm
it's just
using
like I'm asking you
question.
Tupac or Biggie. Come on, man. It ain't about my
But
fam.
bro,
Like you're
that
not
I'm
going
just
there.
saying that's like somebody who asking me, you
You ain't
know,
gotta answer, bro. It's all good. You ain't gotta answer. It's just a
what are you
question, man.
talking about? I just said it's impossible to know.
All right, that's your opinion.
You asked me, but you asked me, no. What you're doing, Black Horseman, is you're asking a question that's impossible for me to answer. How
Okay,
can I
bro.
say who loved the people most? How is that a fair
I
question?
said, who do you feel? I'm just saying that's just how
And
you
being
feel.
fair to both of those men, not knowing both of those men and in their mind,
Yeah.
how do I know? Because I could make an argument that
All right.
say Floyd Mayweather showed black men in a sport that you could do it on your own and you don't need no promoter. You could
Okay.
become your own promoter. And
So
let me
Mayweather's
finish.
effect is really
You always
boxing
cut people off, Black Horse,
level.
but you don't never let nobody finish it. You
Go
see
ahead,
what
bro.
you're
I'm
doing?
good.
You've done that like 100 times though.
It's
Let me
not even a
finish.
debate. I'm just having a discussion with you, dog.
Yeah, but let me finish the answer though. If you ain't gonna let me finish the answer, then nobody's gonna ever hear my answer. Right? So you could argue that Floyd Mayweather, when he says TBE, he ain't talking about the best in the ring. You ask Floyd Mayweather, he said, I'm the best to ever use or the boxing game to his advantage of making his wealth. And then if you make that argument, he is. He said you become your own man, your own self-promoter, and do it. But he really wasn't the first to do that. He learned that from Sugar Ray Leonard, and he learned that also a bit from De La Hoya. But he took it the best. He kept doing it. And then they built the PBC off his back. You feel me? So in the sport itself, Floyd Mayweather showed a lot of ways to do it. But if you talk about the political world and what that meant to people, because it's different from the individual, then people are going to say Ali meant the most and he was the greatest because all those trials and tribulations that's tied to our emotions. You know what I mean? That got us in our reactive mind of racism and prejudice and all that. Then you're going to hit people on a more emotional standpoint. Those people are going to say Ali. You know what I'm saying? So there are two different avenues, like I said before, how they went about how they did it. So it's up to the person. So, but it's an unfair question for anybody to ask me or ask anybody else, who do you think loved their people the most, Floyd Mayweather or Ali? That is an unfair and just not. It's a
It's
non-compassionate
probably a bad
question
question.
to ask
My bad.
somebody who don't know either one of those
If
men.
you were offended by the question in any way, my bad, bro.
No, I'm not offended, but I'm just putting out the fact that that is unfair for anybody to ask who don't
My
know
bad for
those
asking.
personally.
My bad for
That's
asking.
completely
Let's move on,
unfair.
bro. My
No,
bad for
I'm just
asking.
saying that's logically unfair.
But I
Ask
was,
1-2 Kid the
bringing it
question.
back, my nigga. I let you talk. So bringing it back, that's why I asked you about the Advy. I was very interested in it. Shout out to my nigga Boxing Logics.
You can't ask nobody that question though about anybody.
You
That's
already
like
said
me
that. I
asking
said my
1-2
bad
Kid.
on asking the question, my dude.
You have to say my bad. I'm just trying to
You keep
clarify
bringing it up. Like,
logic
let's
in the
get
brain.
past it, bro. You got your
1-2
opinion.
Kid. 1-2 Kid.
What
If
up?
how can I if I ask so let me ask you a question. So let me do this right now. Who do I think love their people more? 1-2 Kid or Black Horseman?
I think the
You see how
conversation.
fair that question is,
But
though?
what I'm saying is, though, I think the conversation is I think it's over. We could talk about something else, man. But I
No.
get where you're going with it. But
Right,
I'm just
right. I
looking at
can't
it.
I can't
I'm
tell
looking
which
at
one
it
of you
like
two
this, though.
love their people the most.
I think I think Ali, a little off subject, just a little bit. I think Ali was just built different in a different era, and I feel that uh, a lot of these champions today ain't as mentally don't have the mental fortitude of Ali, where I think that he carried so much on his back when he walked into that ring that it was just losing was out of the question because he had people that was counting on making their days and their months go okay just from listening to the radio to because they couldn't, see him giving them hope and stuff like that. Like that. I think the comparison is it shouldn't even be made. To be honest with you,
Right.
but I feel like, yeah, man, Ali was just next level. You'll never hear me say anything bad about Muhammad Ali. It's just the way it is. I'm biased when it comes to Ali because that dude was the truth. So, you
Right.
know what I
And
mean?
you know what? Here's the true thing. It was a lot of similarities between Mayweather and Ali. They both love fucking women.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean,
Yeah, let's keep it real though,
yeah,
right?
hey, I mean,
Every man
it
got
does
their
every.
vices.
I mean, you can apply that to every straight male. Just
Yeah,
about
yeah,
though, man.
exactly.
I mean, so
Exactly.
Well, just listen, boxing. You can't debate it when you said it's an unfair question to ask. Now you can get ready to get into the debate of it.
I'm not getting a debate. I just
You
look.
can't say it's an
Which one
unfair
loves their
question
people?
to ask and
how
Who,
then
about
start
this,
debating.
then? How,
who
how do
loves
you
their
think?
people the most?
How do
Black
you?
Horseman or 1-2 Kid?
Because it's a fun debate, but don't act like it's an unfair question to ask if you starting the debate now.
Black Horseman, I don't think you love your people more than 1-2 Kid.
Okay.
That don't even sound right, right?
That you don't know me and that didn't bother me.
Exactly. I don't know you. Bingo. There you go, bro. I don't know Mayweather and I don't know
But
Ali.
it's still your opinion. If you feel that way, what the fuck? That's your opinion.
Yeah. So
So it's a question.
what do you guys think that boxing should do, and fans could do, and fighters could do to stop all this nonsense with of not getting it undisputed? Is there
Well, to you,
anything that we can do as fans? Is there anything that anybody can do to clear this mess up with the politics? Or is it
you know
just
what?
something that we're gonna have to attach to ourselves?
1, 2, I would say that, us using our platforms, our voice, and our content, we do our part. You feel me? But other people are maybe not speaking it up and feel it the way we feel about it. So,
True.
I mean, we know what we want, you know what I'm saying, with this, and we can only do what we can do. You know what I mean? But that don't mean it's going to affect everybody to have the same mentality and think the same way. Like, people just who they are, but that's where this passion and this flame come from. It's just like, when you want something to happen, it's like you passionate about it happening.
Right,
You
right.
want undisputed? Hey, I'm speaking up on this shit. This situation is happening. This is what I want from my own personal perspective, and this is how we all connected, because a lot of us agree on a lot of different things when it comes to this sport. We passionate about the sport. You know what I mean? But there's people that's passionate about the sport in a different aspect. Shit, they like, just put the YouTube shit up. Like, I watch that.
And shout out to Remy. Floyd can't go in public without bodyguards like Ali did. I think Mike brought that up. He was like, he's scared.
Let it go, Remy. Damn.
Yeah, but I brought it up, so it's just
Shout out
about
to
my
Remy.
fault. But I see Tony Reviews. They got their own little debate going on in the chat.
I told you Tony was warming up, bro.
Tony's hot blooded when it comes to debating.
To capitalize on, to add on to what you said, Black Horseman was hit that on the nail. We gotta freaking talk about it with be ferocious of how often we bring it up and talk about the undisputed matchup. And then the thing is, what we have to do, nobody's gonna be willing to really do that. Nobody's gonna really do what we have to push, right? Would be cause a pushback to the industry and to the industry subs to us. And that'll be okay. We're not going to watch. We're going to have to pretty much, should I say, boycott boxing until we get the undisputed matchups. That's really the underlying. If you're talking about the only place you're going to hit it or hurt it is hit the money. But nobody's going to really come out and say that. That's the only way you're going to hurt the industry. That's
I did last year.
Huh?
I said that shit.
There you
I
go.
was like, if you pay it for
there
it,
you go.
you're
going to have to block
uncut
whoever
product.
you want. So it
And
like,
you know what? And that's the part where you got to be so honest with yourself as a boxing fan, right? Is because we want these undisputed fights. They've been marinating, not giving it to us and shit. But we addicted to this shit like the dope. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we got to keep getting our hits, whether it's watered down product, whether it's some hot shit. We want the hottest shit. They're not giving it to us. But can we literally unplug, walk away from this shit? Like, man, look, until
That's
y'all
very
give us,
true. It's very true. It's an
We hooked,
addiction to
man.
the sport. It's a love. Your
Well,
passion and your love for the sport makes you go. You have to see what's going on. You had to be a part of it, and I think that's when boxing should give back to the fans.
Yeah.
And I
You know
think
we
it'll
hooked. Give
draw
us the
more
good
fans.
shit.
It'll draw more fans. More casual
Yeah.
fans will become hardcore fans, or you know what I mean. We'll get more casual fans, or we'll get more. I don't consider. I kind of consider myself hardcore, but then again, that's up to everyone else's standards. So whatever they feel is what it is. I don't care. But I mean, it would draw more to the sport. The sport would grow if there was some sort of consistency in the game. And the politics is one thing. There's always been politics in boxing. I know that's what everyone says. There's always been politics in boxing. Yeah, but now it's getting to the point where it's just like, I don't know, it's so watered down and shit in milk, like skim milked. They're not just milking the game, they skim milking the game. It's like the cream is going in everyone's pockets, but we ain't getting the cream of the crop when it comes to the performances and the fighters getting in there and mixing it up. And there's plenty of cream to go around, but the middlemen snatching it all up. That's the problem. And that's why these guys can't, I think everyone mentioned it with the PB. I think Thurman said, Bob can't afford me. But that goes the other way too. Can the PBC afford Bud if he ain't signed with them? Because I think the reason why the PBC fighters aren't getting in there with Bud Crawford is because they have to pay their promoter or advisor or network for the breach of crossing over on top of the money that they make. So they need more money to do it. Otherwise, they can make decent money where they're at. So that's the argument that I have with that. Like, I get why they want more money, but that's just the networks not letting that shit happen. The promoters not letting the shit happen. So then you go back to the root. Why ain't the fight happen? You know what I'm saying? Why can't they co-promote? Why can't they, everybody get a good share and people put up the money? But they don't believe in their fighters to put up the money to make the fights happen.
I think,
and that's supposed to be your promoter, and you paying for that motherfucker. He getting 15% of your pay, and he don't believe in you. Like, that's a problem.
No, I think partially is that Bob Arum, when the fights we'll make is when we get rid of the old guard. So the thing is, you got some guys who just, stuck in their time, and Bob Arum is one of them. And Bob Arum, the day he's out of boxing, I think you'll see, in respect to Bob Arum and everything he perhaps have done in the boxing world, whatever, certain matchups and everything, but I think when Bob Arum is gone, the sport will move forward. Because he's the oldest mainstay in the sport right now. Bob Arum.
Possible. It's possible.
He's the oldest man.
It can't get no worse.
Yeah, but he's the oldest. Who's
out of here?
What promoter's been in the game the longest?
Right, Bob, man. It's just
He's
Bob.
I think he's the constant that's been in dealing with this.
I told Lisa Bells the other day he gonna live 50 more years on our ass, and we gonna be like, damn, this motherfucker.
Yeah, he's the constant in the sport the last 50 years.
Miserable motherfuckers don't just die,
He's the constant. When you get rid of that constant,
he go 30 more years, 40 more years on us, low key. Like, damn, he's still over here promoting these shits.
That motherfucker stay alive just to hate on everybody else.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. This last,
everything moving, bro.
Bob Arum is speaking the most lately is being more of a detriment to the sport than a positive. So it's just time to go. He's becoming unfortunately, that bitter old promoter. He got the best fighter in the world, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't know what to do with him. But yet he doesn't want to let go of control. So when he's gone, the sport will move, as the time has moved, as technology has moved and everything. But he's stuck in his way. He's the one constant here. So we have to get rid of that common denominator that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, 1-2. I got to get some more of these leftover oxtails, man. So I'm a dipset, bro.
Hey. Enjoy.
Big up, man. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, thanks for coming, man. Always a pleasure.
And make sure y'all hit that like button and shout out to the playback.
And if you ain't subscribed, go subscribe to the UGC and to everybody that was on the panel today. I'm not going to end it just yet, y'all, but Yeah, it's been good conversation. I enjoyed this one, but it's just different aspects, different outlooks on the game, and I just want to see myself the best fight the best, and I like to see the accolades be there for the best, not just for the most popular. You know what I mean? And the paydays. I get it. They don't put asses in seats, but what's that say about the fans? If a guy's getting all the accolades and whipping all the ass and he ain't popular, I don't know. Maybe you
And
could blame that on his
another thing
promoter.
though, another thing, PBC is trying to, I think, in my honest opinion, is doing their best to try to give Bob Arum a goddamn heart attack. Al
Trying to
Heyman
get
is doing his best to give Bob Arum a heart attack and get him the fuck out of here.
that's
Real
what,
talk, bro.
hey man, I don't like some of the things Bob Arum does, but man, I don't wish death on nobody.
I don't wish it either. But I think the PBC is like, and Mayweather and all of them is like, yeah, we're gonna give him the hardest freaking time this last few years. You know what I'm saying? Get him the hell up out of here.
I think he wants to end on a winning note, and he's like, "Damn it, I'm not making any money. I gotta pay you $4 million guaranteed." But like, yeah, that's just crazy. Give my check though.
4 million ain't nothing. 4 million has earned that. Why we think 4 million is a lot?
Hey, I'm just saying it.
You know?
That's what he's saying though.
Right.
But everybody knows that Bob's a penny pincher. Always has been.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He invested in Floyd, and then Floyd was like, "But no, you got to pay me too." I mean, why do you think he knocks the guys that want the money? If you bring up Mikey Garcia, this dude's face changes. He goes, "Oh yeah, fucking Mikey Garcia."
He has a track record that is undeniable.
But you know what? Everybody who left him, shout out to their careers. They all skyrocketed.
He has a track record. It's Bob Arum, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And plenty of promoters do. So yeah, I totally get it. But he did give us a Lomachenko and Teofimo fight, and they gave it to us too as fighters. They made that work. Somebody put in the work to make that go down, and we got a hell of a unification bout. Shout out to Teofimo. I don't consider him undisputed, but I consider him a unified champion and doing bigger things than any other young fighter right now. Yeah. Period. So I put him up. I put him on top. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not going to sit here and hate on everybody and do all that shit. But Andy won me some money, so yeah, shout out to him.
Teofimo's number one, man.
He is. Oh, the young guys. Young guys, yeah. Accomplishments mean something, guys. We can't just keep writing off, the belts don't mean nothing, the belts this. And that's what the problem is there's so much confusion in what the belts mean, with the rules, regulations, and these new belts coming in. Yeah, there's too many belts, man. I totally agree. But accomplishments are accomplishments nonetheless. You could knock guys like Devin Haney for not winning it, but are you going to knock Suleiman for not giving him an opportunity to win it? Mm-hmm. See, we can skip over that part and just call him the email champ. But he was there for the fight. The other fighter wasn't there, and the sanctioning body said, "Oh, well, we're going to elevate you and give you this one." So that's where all the confusion started, right there. Because that fight could have been made, things could have happened, and maybe there's a reason. Maybe that Ryan fight was supposed to be. Maybe it was supposed to be Campbell there for a reason. Who knows? Who knows what these people are doing behind closed doors? They could be playing us all the way around for all we know.
Yeah, I think they seem like they're trying to keep us guessing more, and I think that's wrong. I think they need to. Actually give us all the make all the transparency needed to us, especially on the YouTube level, so that we can actually be talking about those fights and be excited and talk about them more. Well, we are excited because we're getting particular fights and we know they're coming, instead of being and guessing and wondering and everything like we are. If we know those fights are coming, then we can actually help build those fights up.
Yeah,
Because it
exactly.
gives
And
us
they not
because it
using
gives
it.
us talking points. It gives us inspiration to make better videos. But they're
Right.
not doing that.
The problem, this is the number one problem why boxing ain't so big. I think there's a formula that boxing's missing right now that they're not paying attention to, and that is nostalgia.
Yes,
What they have is controversy. They're
correct.
banking on controversy because it's new. Oh, well, this guy this and this guy that, this guy this. But what about that? Damn, this dude's a great fighter, and damn, this dude's a great fighter, and ooh, I'm rubbing my hands because it's about to go down. I got, maybe you got your chips and dip ready, you got your food ready, you know what I mean? Depending on what you eat, everything ready, people coming through, you know what I'm saying? And people on the jack, and people on, all connected on social media, all to watch the fight. Oh yeah, that's missing. That nostalgia, that if factor of, oh, who's gonna win? Oh man, I got this dude, whatever. And then the shit talking about the other fighters, but that's what it is. Now you don't got that. You got the controversy of that guy ain't shit, period. This dude ain't shit. All to hype up somebody just to be controversial in a negative manner, what you do is you lose that nostalgia, that electric Mike Tyson's on, Sugar Ray's on. You lost that because there's so much factors going into it now, whether it be politics, whether it be whatever it may be, all the bullshit. It takes away from the sport.
And you know what? Like one of the similarities, like I made with Floyd Mayweather and Ali, was so close that people overlooking. People was going. Remember back in the day, people was going to watch the Ali fight just to see him lose.
Oh yeah, the same way they did with Floyd.
Exactly.
Yep, and Floyd banked on that. Floyd
He
played the
flipped the
bad guy,
game.
starting with Gotti.
Yes, he like, I'm gonna use y'all hate against y'all.
Yeah, and then I had people trying to get me involved in that shit. Like, yo, you're Italian. You betting on, you betting on Gotti, right? Oh hell no! I said, you out of your mind? Like shit, I like money. I'm not putting no money on Gotti in this fight. Are you kidding me? There's A, B, and C level fighters. This dude's a B minus. This dude's an A plus. And you will see the result of it when this shit go down. Like, you ain't gonna get me. That's the other thing. Tribalism. There's another closed door right there that keeps the communities from getting together and talking about the sport. And that's that, but they want to ride on that controversy rather than ride on the nostalgic aura around the fighters and the event.
And you're right. You know what? Here's another point that many people will not go back to this Ali thing real quick. People, it's all who you talk to or how much they love, because they was in the beginning of Ali's career. Remember, Ali divided the black community by him becoming a Muslim.
Yeah,
because United States was Christian based. And so you had so many even blacks that wasn't even, you know what I'm saying, rooting for Ali just because of religion.
Right.
Ideology.
Yeah. Right. But here's the point that I'm trying to make, Logic. Check this shit out. Now, when there was nostalgic, was boxing making more money? I mean, in equivalence, because I know people will say, well, nah, they're making this amount of money now, right? But the dollar's worth a lot less than it was then. Was boxing bigger then than it is now? The answer is yes. You know what I mean? So
Correct.
The controversy is quick money, but it's a band-aid. It's a piece
but why though? Do you think?
Why do I think it's that? Because
I believe. Go ahead, my fault.
Because there's really nothing to it other than smoke and mirrors, other than what you see right off the bat. It's like there's nothing behind it. There's no integrity behind it. There's nothing else driving it. You know what I'm saying? Other than a narrative, not what it is. Boxing, best of the best, best fight.
Here's another thing though, boxing. Becoming a heavyweight world champion of the world back then was like you was king of the sports world. I mean,
Mike could go anywhere in the world and be recognized.
Yes, who you think was bigger back then, Joe Namath or Muhammad Ali?
I'd have to say Ali.
Exactly. So, and so another way to looking at that is yes, and especially with all the politics and the social things going on then. So football, basketball, and all the other sports,
Everybody took a back seat.
they wasn't as big as boxing was
Yep.
because
Everybody
they didn't
took.
have the history as well or the fan base. Now all those sports is caught up, and they understood the branding of star power, and
Right.
that's why basketball built up a Michael Jordan. You
Right.
had football start building up a Joe Montana and
Yep.
others and all of that. You feel me? And
Yeah.
so they understood the
Low key.
yes, the
Low
star
key. Yeah.
power of an individual and how, and they got so many players, they had just built up more stars, put them more in front of the camera and everything. And
Yeah.
boxing, it's not wanting to really put the money up to do that. So boxing ain't investing in the sport as much as these sports are investing. Boxing is not as a whole entirety is an investment in their product, the fighters, as much as these other sports have invested in their products.
But that goes back to what Teddy.
Which
but
is
that,
the athlete.
But that goes back to what Teddy said, that there's not a governing body to oversee all the bullshit.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And we all know how that goes. You get one, and then it starts getting a little shady. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But at least you try. And I don't see anybody trying no more. And I just see that everybody running rampant. There's no consistency. So what you have is everybody running around. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
Doing
ask you
whatever.
a question. How do you think boxing would go? And I believe this is one of the most stand-up guys in boxing, promoters. What if Lou DiBella, Bob Arum was out of there, and all of a sudden Lou DiBella was able to get in a power position, you know what I mean, within the sport, somewhat close to where Bob Arum is, and then Eddie Hearn and everybody else, PBC. How do you think the sport of boxing would go with somebody like Lou DiBella up in a position of being able to make these fights?
I don't know. If Lou DiBella was to stay the same, because success doesn't change people. Success reveals them. So if you reach that amount of success, I don't know how he'd react. But as a promoter and what he's done, if we were going by that, I would have to say this dude is completely with his fighter, loyal to his fighters. I remember when he was fighting for Sergio Martinez with the WBC all day. You know what I mean? When they were shitting him around and giving him, shucking and jiving him and shit, he was like, man, listen, this is the guy that's supposed to be fighting. Him and Chavez, you know what I mean? Why Chavez got this title? Why you keep stripping my man? You know what I mean? Like it was just
what I'm getting at, do you think we'd see better matchups and more of the bigger fights happening?
Maybe, because think about it. When De La Hoya took over promotions, the fights that he was coming out with in the beginning were pretty damn good. You know, and then you had a fighter promoting. But then, as time goes, things change and people change sometimes. They don't keep that same way about them. So that just,
but he's been in the game so long.
What you need to do is you need checks and balances.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You need an entire team. I don't think one person can change the game. I think one person can start it, but it's going to take a group to hold, people accountable for the bullshit moves that they making, and put them on blast when they do it.
No, I don't think one person, but you got to put certain pieces where they need to be and have if you have certain people in certain positions, I mean, where there's less friction, you know what I mean? Like I said, I put Bob Arum as the common denominator over the last 50 years. Now you remove that common denominator and you put another person there. Sometimes, like you remove a bad piston and you put a good, healthy, brand new piston in there, the engine will run better.
Right.
You feel me?
No, I get what you're saying.
So
right. It's like why keep making the same mistake? At least we could try to make a change. And that's what I'm saying. That's basically all I'm saying is why not roll the dice with something new and see where we go? Because right now I feel like I'm not saying boxing's dead by any means. I think it's growing, but I just feel that it could grow at a bigger pace and it can explode if if given the proper love. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the proper investments and and betting on your fighter and fighters betting on themselves would bring more fans, whether or not, you know what I mean, they had a
Mm-hmm.
great promoter or not. But that's also with the promotion. Like these guys ain't really putting too much, emphasizing too much on the fighters. I remember when you see billboards all the time when the fight was going down. I can
Yeah,
recall
exactly.
when you see
That's my
some shit,
point I
like
made.
you see shit on, like you got to invest. Yeah, I get it. Like that's what they should do. But the problem is when you do that and the rest of the world, the boxing world ain't doing that, and you trying to bring that nostalgic fire back, and everyone else is just going for the bag, then you're wasting your money because you can't get the shot. But at the same time, you're not because you're still putting in the work, and hopefully you can outgrow the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get, you know, I'm trying
And
to save the world.
no doubt. And but I'm not gonna. That's why I don't blame this thing on the corona because the UFC has thrived through the corona. Somebody put damn Vic Corona, whatever. I think again, it's particular. PPC have put on some good cards at the end of last year, so
Yeah,
you can't put it all on them. You got to be. It's certain pieces where some people just don't want to work with certain figures right now, and I
right.
think when if you move a piece like a Bob Arum, and I don't like it's going to fix all the issues, but you got younger people in there who wants to get in there, who want to make their way, and sometimes you got just the old guard. It's like okay, as an example, you got the EV industry revolution coming in, but who's fighting and trying to get in the way of the electrical vehicle revolution? Of course, the regular gas car industry,
Right.
fossil fuel industry, the oil industry. Why? Because they're going to lose. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Unless they
But
cut them completely out.
huh?
Yeah. Unless they cut them completely out and
And
they,
they can't. They
yeah,
can't. It's impossible. The EV is coming in, but you're
right.
going
But
to have to still the old guard going to be fighting against the
right.
EV.
Fossil
So
fuels
that's
and
what
things like
boxing
that.
is in the
Yeah.
midst of right now. We got
That's
to
the
get the
that's that grandfather shit right there though, because
yeah.
that's old money.
That's that Bob Arum
Yeah,
mentality.
that
Want to
Bob
get
Earl
it?
mentality.
We
Yeah, I
got to
get
get
where you're
him out
going
of
with
there.
it. Yeah, yeah.
I
Get
think
him
when
out of
he's
there
gone, it's
and
going to
get
move in a different direction. We get, and I'm not saying Lou DiBella is the fix, but he's a younger guy. He wanted to see the sport move. He's been open, but he's been in some positions. He done made some great things happen in the
yeah,
sport. He tried to make the Anthony Joshua Wilder joint happen,
yep.
and
And
look,
then
they
they
both
froze
were,
his ass out.
yeah.
They
So I
froze his
think
ass out for trying to do big things and doing
right,
what everybody was stalling. He
yes.
made
So
that
that's the
shit
point
work.
I'm trying to make.
Yep,
We
yep.
need somebody like that put in a position where like a Bob Arum is, and let's see where the industry go there. And I think
Right.
it'll just do good. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. Fuck that, man. But a lot of these guys think they fighting a losing battle, and if you ain't trying, then you lost already. So
Right. And
that
if your
that's
promoter ain't freaking behind you,
yeah, that's some bullshit. That whole
it
Bob
makes a whole
Earl and Terrence
it puts a
Crawford
whole
thing.
stain on the industry. Bob Arum
How
right
the
now,
fuck?
he looks like a bitter old motherfucker. Like if
Yeah,
I
he
can't have
is.
it, nobody
He
can.
is, man. Old rotten apple ass.
If
Look,
I can't have it,
how the
nobody can.
fuck can you knock your own fucking fighter? You bitching that
The
he
number
ain't
one pound
making.
for pound
You
fighter in the
bitching.
world.
You bitching that you paying him too much money, and he ain't bringing in enough people, and you're his promoter. Like, do your fucking job, you old fart. like, like,
Yeah.
what do you want me to do? I got him these title shots. It's like, motherfucker, put up some commercials, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Get this motherfucker selling something on television and shit. You know what I mean? Start branding him. Get him some. You could get some money, and you could get his name out there. And if you big this man up, it only benefits you.
You know, and during the long time ago, well, back when COVID first hit, I was telling people, I was like, I did a live saying this is a wonderful time for boxing. Everybody's locked up. Yes, you need the gate, but they put too much emphasis on the goddamn gate. Where if they put the right matchups against each other during that time where the COVID was in, they could have compensated much of that gate in pay-per-view. If they put the right matchups on during the midst of the COVID, during like October, November, December, you know what I mean, September. If I'm talking about Top Rank, you know what I mean, and that's exactly what PBC did within their stable. But if the other people was doing it and everybody was working together, it'd have been a wonderful time for boxing overall because people were just locked in the goddamn house. You're getting a stimulus check. You had a perfect time for fight parties. You had all this shit. You know what I mean? So I made live like, yo, this is a golden opportunity for boxing.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Put
You're
all
right.
the best fucking fights on now while everybody's locked in the house.
I think Bob's holding on just because he's bitter as fuck. Just out of bitterness.
He's old, man. He's the cheapest
and
bastard
spite.
in the fucking world.
That's it, man. He's not doing it because of. He's doing it in spite of.
Right. And you know what?
Yeah.
Look, in Top Rank, here's a prime example. Bob Arum is not a great promoter no more. His team, Top Rank executives and team, should have been finding out where could they make these fights happen, where they could still, if it was no gate and it was so bad, where they could still make these fights happen, where they can make that money, and they could still do the pay-per-view. But guess who did it first out of everybody who led the way? PBC. We saw Tank Davis fighting in a stadium of 8,000 people in Texas. Okay, so evidently, Bob Arum and his team didn't realize that Texas was like, fuck the lockdown. Y'all can still throw your fights on here. You feel me?
But you know who else was exploring it right off the bat, though, was Matchroom too. In the zone, they were exploring it too. So both them and PBC.
Right.
It was, but
Matchroom,
Bob, you right about Bob though.
Boxing camp.
You right about Bob. Like I'm not sure he
Matchroom did the boxing camp. You feel me?
Right.
Matchroom did the boxing camp, and they had to join on. In the backyard of the fucking Hearn's place. That's what they did. But PBC moved differently. Arum, Heyman, Al Heyman, much as we hate him, they moved different. Like, yo, let's look at the landscape, see what's going on.
I don't hate Al.
Texas is allowing fights. Texas is like, fuck the rest of the country. You can fight here. Fuck Vegas. You can fight here. And they threw in and started like, boom, 10,000 people now here. And now with the De La Hoya, where was Ryan Garcia fighting at? In Texas. But who did it? It was PB Al Heyman.
When it comes to the fighter, the heat that I give the fighters is when they got guys like Hearn and Al Heyman or Bob, even for that matter, a fighter say, hey, this is the fight I want. Get me this fight. Let's go.
Right.
I want this fight. Make this happen. You know, and these guys can't do it, or you know what I mean, or guys don't like. That's when there's so many intangibles that are included into that, because sometimes the other fighter don't want it. Sometimes they use that network shit, and it's like, but if the other fighter is doing it too, and saying, yeah, I wish that motherfucker would get in the ring with me. That's what fighting's about, right? Who's the best? Who's gonna win? Who's right? Who's wrong? You know what I mean? That's what it's about. And when you don't get that, and you got promoters dogging their own fighters, it's time to get the fuck out the game.
Right.
It's time to go.
It's time
like
to get the fuck out the game. And look,
dogging your fighter.
And look what happened. Okay, your boy, Top Rank, and all of them were they still fought fights behind closed doors, while the PBC was fighting fights still in front of crowds.
Hey man, it started.
So the point is, PBC got younger people thinking in the game, realizing how to maneuver around what was going on even inside of the lockdown. You feel me? They got more. They're more brainstorming. They figure out what can work. You know what I'm saying? Much as we hate them, they filled out. Okay, where can we still have a fight? You know what I mean, in the public, and still have a gate and still charge pay-per-view. They did it. Not Bob Arum and not Top Rank, but they did.
Right.
So they're thinking more. So they almost they're ahead of the curve. So that's why I mean you got to get out. And I'm not saying Eddie Hearn couldn't do it because UK was locked down. Okay, UK was locked down. So I give the pass to Eddie Hearn. But here in the States, Top Rank, they're not thinking on their feet.
Hey,
as much as the PPC is thinking on their feet.
You know when Bob really disappointed me when Rigondeaux and Donaire got into the fight, and this motherfucker was like, after Donaire got his ass whooped, he was like, I guess he's the champ now, or whatever. Right. I was like, the fuck are you doing?
Yo, Toby Bartlett just put in a great, what we just talked about, UFC was thriving. I did a video on that, and Toby was on that live. Toby put a last great comment at the end. You know what I'm saying? That, I mean, UFC was putting in that freaking work. Right when I was calling that live out, I made that live, it was like October, and Toby Bartlett was there. I was like, yo, this is the time where freaking boxing should thrive and put in all the best fights. And that's what the UFC did. They had Masvidal versus Kamaru. They had all these good fights on during the freaking pandemic. They went to another island, made it happen. You know what I mean? And all this shit, and was still, they kept it moving. You feel me? But we was here in a stalemate in boxing, and they was wondering what to do and all that. So they didn't have, but PBC came in late. They still did some, but they was fighting in crowds. They was fighting in Texas. It was limited crowds, but they found out the way to do it.
Yeah, so they figured it out. And
it was still
there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, while Top Rank was waiting and Bob Arum crying, we got the gate. Where's the money going to come from? And all this and all that shit.
Yeah, stuck in his ways. Cheap ass. Where the money coming from? I'm paying this dude too much money. Man, I don't even like this motherfucker. I don't even know why I signed it. It's like
ESPN complaining about
the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. On his own platform and his own fighter talking shit about his fighter.
On the biggest platform
fuck out of here, world. Man. Yeah.
The biggest platform of sports in the world, ESPN. Come on, dude. You can't tell me he ain't delusional right now.
Yeah, man. That dude's just, he around for all the wrong reasons.
And you know what? Let's be honest. Terrence Crawford's fights have been exciting. He's done brought it. Every fight, he done gave you something to watch, bro. No matter if you try to discredit his opponent, whatever, he done made every fight good to watch.
Facts.
Terrence Crawford has made every fight good to watch, bro.
Yeah. I mean, he did it in the ring. Shout out to him. And he did his job.
He's doing his job. Bob Arum ain't doing his fucking job.
Yeah. Shout out to the rap stars out there. Bob ain't doing his job. Fuck Blair Cobb.
Fuck yeah, you know what I mean? Blair Cobb. He's a golden boy, ain't he?
I don't know who he with, man. I don't even really care.
Boy, yeah.
I mean, but not fuck him, but he's fun to watch. I guess he's a bit entertaining, but man, I don't know, man. When he said that Bud wasn't talented, I just stopped listening and looking for the motherfucker. I was like, man,
who said Bud wasn't talented? Blair Cobb?
Yeah, man.
Who the fuck is he to talk?
Yeah.
That Yahoo serious looking motherfucker. Are you serious?
Yeah. I did a video on it. That shit was hilarious.
Yahoo Serious. He reminds me of Yahoo Serious of boxing.
He reminds me of a watered down Prince.
Hell yeah.
That dude, man. I don't know, man. But I mean, to each his own. But yeah, he shouldn't be talking. And as for Bob, man, it's time for him to get out the game. I don't really care to hear what he has to say when your only job is to promote a fighter and you're doing the exact opposite premeditatedly. The fuck out the game, man.
And he hasn't had nothing positive to say about boxing lately.
Yeah.
Remember the last fight? Terrence Crawford was up there on the interview, the post-fight interview on the podium after he stopped Kell Brook, and they asked Terrence Bud Crawford, what are you going to have to do to get Spence or whoever in the ring? And Terrence Bud Crawford looked straight to Bob. And then Bob was put on the spot, like, well, he looked straight down. Well, he's the fight. I keep telling you, he's the man, and he's the such and such and such and such. Just regurgitating the same old, like, lame, premeditated response. Then after that premeditated response, he goes say what he said, completely contradictory what he said on the post. I'm like, oh my God,
I
dog.
wasn't mad at Teofimo either when Teofimo went off on Bob. Like, why the fuck you bringing Loma in here? This dude been knocking me up and chasing this motherfucker. Let me have my moment after I won the IBF. Like, that's what he was doing. And Bob was like, no, you gotta tell him Teofimo Senior. Let him know. He's like, we need this fight. You know, yo, he gotta be in the ring, bro. And he's like, fuck that dude.
And then even in respect to Loma, Bob was caught live as he said, well, we did everything I can do for the kid. You
he knocked Loma too.
Even knocking Loma. I mean, this motherfucker kicking everybody under the bus.
Yeah, he knocking everybody, man.
This old goat geezer motherfucker, man. And maybe this is why my channel shadow banned. I mean, they ain't letting me get not one more sub on my shit and hold them out longer than a goddamn. They just knocking my shit because I don't give a fuck. I'm kicking dirt to all these old bastards that need to get out the sport so that the sport can thrive. You know what I mean? For the future. You know what I'm saying? They get mad at my passion and shit, our passion, us talking what we talk, but they ain't looking like we really love the fucking sport and we want the sport to thrive. And I mean sometimes kicking these old motherfuckers out of here that need to get the fuck out of this bitch. You know what I'm saying? And I love Bob, but he's one of those motherfuckers. He's holding the sport back, in my opinion. And I was saying this shit I said this shit over a year ago. Get this old crusty bastard out of here. He ain't never been nothing but a lawyer to me. He ain't never been a great fucking promoter. Only time he was great is when he was working side by side going against probably the greatest promoter we've ever seen. As much as we want to talk about they made known of his, bad dealings, which every fighter, every promoter's had their bad dealings. They made known definitely his bad dealings because
Don King.
You goddamn right.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Don King, man. Yeah, Don King.
That's
was
the only
a
time
damn good salesman.
is when he had Don King to be up his ass, go against him.
At least Don King could promote. He could sell a half-eaten sandwich to a bum for $10. You know what I mean? Like that dude, he like, he knew how to work the angles, man. He knew exactly what to do. Even though I didn't really care for him as a promoter, that motherfucker could promote. I don't like what he did to the fighters, though. Yeah, I don't like how he did them.
Nobody is a promoter if they don't give us the fights we want. Think about it.
Right. And he would. Yeah, he would. Shit, he had Trinidad was one of the most popular and biggest fighters, you know what I mean, in our era. You know what I'm saying? And he even made the fight go down with him and motherfucking Hopkins.
Yeah.
And I knew that was a roll of the dice. You know?
They've used Mike Tyson. They've used Mike Tyson to help discredit motherfucker Don King a whole lot. But I love Mike Tyson. But let's be real. Mike Tyson didn't know shit about handling his own finances.
Yo,
Mike Tyson don't know.
Yeah,
he's
Mike
not
told
handling
you
his
that,
finances now, bro.
Yeah, but Mike also told you, he was like, Don King, he was like, that's a cold-blooded reptilian motherfucker.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
you know what? What I gravitate to more what Larry Holmes said. Larry Holmes said, "Look, he was a motherfucker. He was a cold bastard, but he made us all millionaires."
Yeah, but that one fight, I'm trying to think of his name, the one that he shut out of the heavyweight division. You remember that dude? And he just totally, dude didn't go with the bullshit, and he just froze him the fuck out, got rid of him, and made sure that he couldn't get his title shot or nothing. Ruined his whole career.
You know, like you mean like
I'm trying to think of his name. I can't think of his name offhand, but yeah, Don King did that motherfucking dirty.
Yeah, well, guess what? Well, you know what? I've been boosting up PBC, but you know what? The PBC, Al Heyman, Floyd Mayweather doing that to Gary Russell Jr. right now.
Oh yeah. And that's the other thing.
Every generation, bro.
Everyone
is doing that shit. Bob Arum done that shit 100 times.
I think Black Horseman brought up a good point when everyone says, you know, he should sign with the PBC, Bud that is. And it's like, yeah, you know, and he's like, but hey, man, did Spence get his shot with Thurman? No. Can Thurman get his shot with Spence? No. Can Spence get his shot? Has Spence got his shot with Pacquiao? No. So these dudes don't necessarily have to fight. Hey, did Paul Williams get his shot against Floyd? No.
You know,
So
because it was
that's
about
no,
it's
hey.
about timing too. He didn't. They trying to save those fights particular time with the PPC because they were still building that
I
stadium.
don't know about that, man. I
No,
think,
but that's real
I
though.
think I have to say on some real shit, they don't want to lose their cash cows.
But they also want to look at whatever the fight is going to generate the most.
I'll put it like this: you had Earl, right, and you had Thurman. Thurman was the moneymaker. He was a cash cow at the time. Did he get a shot? No. Spence didn't get a shot. Now Thurman is on the downslide.
Was Thurman not truly injured though?
Yeah.
Thurman was fucked up with the elbow.
Okay, so what's the excuse now? Now Thurman wants his shot to a fight that we haven't seen. We seen the Danny mixes up, and we seen the Porter mixes up.
True.
But we ain't
now
seen
he wants it, but we always. I hear everything you're saying. I hear, but you always don't get everything. Once you got injured and all that shit fucked up. Now that you healthy, now you want that to happen where they might have been moving a certain way. You don't always get everything you want when you want.
Right. I'm just saying, but Paul Williams didn't get nothing, and he was with the PBC. He didn't get the Cotto shot. Even after he beat Margarito got the shot. After he took his title.
Was Paul Williams
even have a title? Huh?
Did he have that marketing machine behind him? Because that's a big part of it, unfortunately.
Well, I'm saying if you his promoter or his advisor, that's your job, right? Ain't that why you criticizing Bob?
It's still about money though, too.
Oh, okay.
But when I'm criticizing, Bob got all the money behind him. I'm saying, did Paul Williams? Who was Paul Williams fighting with? Fill me
in. He fought Margarito when nobody wanted to fight him. He took his title.
Who was his promoter? Who was his promoter at the time?
Who was his promoter or his advisor?
I mean, who was his promoter?
Heyman.
Paul Williams?
Al Heyman was, yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, who did Paul? That was his manager, you mean?
Right.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, since he's just a manager, who did Paul Williams outside of that? Who is he aligned with? Partners he got that's helped building up his brand, his name, unfortunately, because that's what it's about.
Well,
that's
okay. This is where it gets confusing to me because we're praising Al Heyman for what he's doing for boxing, but now it's who's else was there. It's like he got like to me, I think Al Heyman's great for boxing, and I think he's great for boxers because when all this shit happened with Paul Williams, he was one of the few people that still support him, still call him, still reach out to him. So he's in that note, I give him that. But was Paul Williams getting those fights? No, he wasn't. Okay. And was Earl getting the fight that he wanted? No, he wasn't. Let's just be real. Manny can do what he wants to do. Manny can do what he wants.
How big was Earl at that moment?
But who can grab Manny? The real question is, the thing with Manny is Manny does what he wants to do, no matter who is his promoter, who is his, as of now, who is his manager, who is his advisor. He's going to fight this guy from the MMA. And my whole point was the only thing that's going to get him to come back and fight a lucrative fight is undisputed. So Bud and Earl got to clear that shit up and make that shit work if they really want a Manny Pacquiao. Because what's going to stop him from retiring after this lucrative fight?
Mm-hmm.
So that makes the boxing world bigger because we could get an undisputed champion attached to a big name like Manny Pacquiao to make it lucrative. And now we got an undisputed fighter in welterweight, an undisputed fighter at heavyweight.
Yeah, and we need it.
Yep, and we could certainly get that undisputed going on at light heavyweight too. I want to see that Bivol Better Be shit. And I'm going with the underdog. I'm going with Bivol. I'm
Right.
I'm on a small island with only a few people in that fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm on a small, but I was on a small island with that Teofimo Lomachenko too. You know what I mean? So
I was
hey,
pushing for that. We all wanted that shit.
yeah. But hey, it is what it is. I'm just saying. I mean, that's gonna bring the casual fans to boxing. But my daughter's really reaching out to me right now, so I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna close this out. But thanks for coming, Magnus. Thanks for everybody who came here. Thanks for the whole team, the chat, all the support. I appreciate it. I
Hit
really
the like
appreciate
button on your way out.
Yep. And if you ain't already subscribed, subscribe to Magnus, UGC, Intangible, D
Boxing
Jeff.
United, no doubt.
That's right. Boxing Logic United. That's right. Peace and pugilism.
That's
They
right.
out here.
Good listen to you, 1-2 kid. Thanks for having me on, champ.
No problem, man. And happy MLK Day, everybody. Enjoy your day off. And you know what I mean? Shout out to everybody, man. I really appreciate the support, man. And I'm just trying to make this thing big again. And I think that's what the YTPC is about. So let's get that going, y'all.
Hold
Peace.
up. Let me
Oh,
ask
go
one
ahead.
thing. Mike Tyson did not duck no Lennox Lewis from 1990 to 96. Y'all got to be retarded. You better go ahead with that bullshit, Ronald Finkley. Lennox Lewis was not ready to fight nobody.
Lewis was just coming up, I think, at that
I
point.
know. Talking about Tyson duck Lennox Lewis 90 to 96. I had a comment on that because you can't let some shit slide like some crazy shit like that. Get the hell out of here.
I think the only one that we can say, unfortunately, because I was a big Riddick Bowe fan, but yeah, man, he's the one who dropped the title in the garbage, man.
He didn't duck Lennox Lewis either.
I would please explain that to me because I want to believe that and I want to push that. I want to push that narrative.
He would have punished Lennox Lewis. He would have punished Lennox Lewis.
I think it would have been a great fight. I think at that point I was definitely with Riddick Bowe.
You know who?
But I think Lennox showed us that he's the real deal towards the end of his
career. He would have punished Lennox Lewis. You know who was Riddick's Bowe? What was the light skinned dude that got the radio show that was on BET? That was Riddick Bowe's promoter at the time. I forgot his name.
Oh, but, you talking about an old dude there? Yeah, I forgot what his name is.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He was talking out. He was talking about that with somebody on a boxing channel not too long ago, and he was like, "Man, it was Lennox Lewis. There's no way in the hell ducked him. It was other things going on, whereas the WB was saying and some other politics going on that was behind the scenes that was like some serious shit. Now, how many people done dumped the WBC in the trash? You know what I mean?
I thought Riddick was going to snuff him. Like everybody was saying that he was scared of Lennox, but it looked the other way around when they got together after that Evander fight. That motherfucker was like, "You better watch your mouth, sucker."
Yeah, he
wanted
to punish Lennox.
He said, "Do it then."
But
he was like, "I'm gonna knock
the
you out." He
narrative
was like,
against Riddick Bowe. The narrative was it was a narrative.
We wanted to see it in the ring, though.
It was a narrative pushed against Riddick Bowe in that because Riddick Bowe didn't have all his marbles. He started to go. He was on some other different shit. So it's a whole bunch of different things on that. Yeah. And Lennox Lewis was not ready for no Riddick Bowe back then. He had done better against a fucking fat Riddick Bowe who had won the Marines and couldn't make it and all that. But back then, Riddick Bowe would have punished Lennox Lewis. That's my opinion. But I stand strong on that shit. You know, because look, you had Lennox Lewis who could barely beat Evander Holyfield, and that was an older Holyfield.
See, y'all. See, always something gets started up as soon as I'm about to cut out.
Yeah, I mean, Lennox Lewis could barely beat an older Holyfield, and Riddick Bowe dominated a Holyfield. Besides the middle fight where he came in out of shape, but the first one, third one, he dominated Holyfield. You mean to tell me you think? Hell no, bro. There ain't no way in freaking hell. But I'm gonna leave that at that. You gotta go and get your daughter, man. We gonna pick that up on another joint. And I advise everybody to go get their research on the backstory with that. I mean, Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe joint, because if we want to talk about that again, I'm gonna go do my research after we get off, and I'll be ready for all y'all on that shit.
There you go, man. So there's gonna be some smoke probably later on, or maybe tomorrow, on Magnus channel. So you better check it
Yeah,
out.
you got those UK cats in there going for Lennox Lewis, who's freaking was scared of freaking. But Riddick Bowe would have punished Lennox Lewis' ass back then. Lennox Lewis getting, you mean shit.
Well, the debate is up for debate.
Everybody knows.
Y'all know where to go. Thanks for coming. Do your thing. Enjoy,
doubt.
y'all. Peace.
Peace and pugilist.